Muy buenos días a todos ustedes, güey. Feliz viernes. Lo logramos, llegamos al viernes. Se sentí una semana larga, pero pues estamos aquí. Sobre todo para mí fue eterna, honestamente. Como todos ustedes saben, bueno, no todos ustedes saben, como si yo acá, ¿no? Todos estuvieran siguiendo todas las pendejadas que hago. Simplemente hice ayuno toda esta semana, que es no comer nada. Lo único que podía comer era agua, té o café, pero sin nada de azúcar, ni endulzantes, ni nada de eso. Y no tomo té, entonces nada más agua, honestamente, y solamente café en las mañanas. Pero en lo que estaba haciendo esto, lo que quería hacer era durar 5 días, duré 4. Y la razón por qué es porque cuando me metí en ayuno y que tu cuerpo empieza a sentir toda la diferencia y cambiar todo, había algo que no estaba bien. Y me estaba sobredoseando de magnesio a un grado pendejo. No les puedo explicar a qué grado. ¿Ven estas como bolsitas que tengo acá? Ya se me están quitando, pero y apenas llevo un día sin tomar magnesio. Entonces, ahí va. No sabía qué era. Creí que era la edad o algo así, porque dije, güey, no chupo. No estoy metiéndome nada, ¿no? ¿Por qué vergas no puedo quitarme esto? Entonces, me di cuenta que era el magnesio. Y les voy a decir por qué, honestamente, y esto es de eso que es mucha información para todos ustedes. He tenido una diarrea que no puedo explicar qué es. He cambiado toda mi dieta, incorporado de todo y nada se me quita. No se me quitaba con nada. Y cuando empecé a tomar el yogur, se me mejoró muchísimo, pero seguía mal. Pero se mejoró mucho. Entonces dije, bueno, entonces claramente me falta simplemente más tiempo de esto. Y cuando dejé de comer, era literalmente la cascada del Niágara, güey. Una locura. Y dije, güey, ¿qué pedo? Algo me está pasando. Debe tener cáncer en el estómago, un pedo así. Y me metí a buscar y buscar y buscar. Y dije, lo único que no he cambiado es básicamente mis suplementos, magnesio. Y lo busqué y sí, te pasa exactamente eso con magnesio. Te jode los riñones cuando te estás metiendo mucho magnesio. Y es lo que ha estado, pues tu estómago paga todas las consecuencias. Lo dejé de hacer instantáneamente, se me quitó. Instantáneamente. Y me siento hoy como $1,000,000,000. No lo puedo creer, pero uff. Y la razón por qué estaba metiéndome tanto es porque Dios bendiga a mi mujer y no estoy diciendo que es su culpa, es completamente mi culpa, quiero que lo entiendan. Y decirlo en claro, ¿no? Antes de que me la avienten como un pinche pitbull encima, que los pitbulls son adorables, entonces aviéntenmelos. Pero la razón por qué lo digo es, en la noche mi mujer me da un chingo de pastillas, es como de toma todos tus suplementos y ni pregunto qué son. Y luego me dan test y luego me dan pastillas para dormir y luego me dan todo esto. Y no le pregunto nada. Y cuando me metí, que busqué que magnesio podía ser la causa y vi cuántos miligramos de magnesio solamente te puedes comer al día, güey, me estaba metiendo 5 veces la cantidad. Y eran 5 veces la cantidad cuando me pongo a ver, ¿qué es lo que me estás dando? ¿Qué es esta pastilla? ¿Qué es esta pastilla? ¿Qué es este té? ¿Qué son estas cosas para dormir? Todo era magnesio, todo. Güey, uh, se siente bien saber todo. Pero lo bueno, para la gente que no sepa esto, y perdón que lo esté contando, yo sé que vienen aquí para ver lo de los restaurantes, se los voy a contar en chinga y también para ver el casino del tío Salo y también vamos a estar en ello. Pero antes quiero acabar esto para la gente que está de metiche, que les interese estas pendejadas. Ok. Eh, para empezar, ¿para qué haces ayuno? Ayuno te ayuda muchísimo, ponte tú, si lo haces por 5 días, más de 3 a 5 días, te ayuda muchísimo a reparar todos tus órganos internos, toda la mierda mala en tu cuerpo se come a sí misma, tu cuerpo se las come y las desecha. También te reinicia el sistema inmune, te reinicia el estómago y todas las células que tienes, que es una capa delgadita en tu estómago, te la reinicia a todos, te reinicia la flora intestinal, todo eso y además empiezas a curarte. Si tienes, ponte tus cosas que se están creciendo adentro, como células de cáncer, etcétera, te las chupa todas y las saca de tu cuerpo. Entonces es buenísimo ayunar y es lo que hacían, por cierto, en la Biblia también, en todos lados, ¿no? Todas las religiones, fuera de las nuestras sobre todo, pero todo lo que es espiritualismo tiene mucho que ver con el ayuno, porque encuentras una claridad gigantesca en tu cabeza, etcétera. Es muy parecido a la dieta carnívora. Y te quita el dolor si tienes dolor de articulaciones, todo esto te lo quita. Es una mamada, es una belleza absolutamente. Y para los que no sepan qué es lo que voy a hacer ahora, se los voy a contar, aunque no me preguntaron, se los voy a contar. Muy sencillo. Todos los lunes, todos, voy a ayunar por 36 horas. Voy a dejar de comer el domingo a las 7 de la noche o 6 de la tarde, como sea, y no voy a comer hasta el martes cuando se me hinchen los huevos, ¿no? Eso lo voy a hacer todos los lunes, definitivamente. No saben cómo me siento. La segunda cosa que voy a hacer es cada primero de mes, cada primer lunes de mes, voy a hacer en vez de, 36 horas, que es básicamente un día para mí, voy a hacer 72 horas, 3 días, cada primero de mes. Y cada 6 meses voy a hacer una de 5 a 7 días. No más, porque estoy flaco y estoy en buena forma. La grasa se me deshizo y mucha gente piensa que cuando haces ayuno, los músculos se van. No, 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 tío. Tú creas una cantidad de hormona de HGH, que es este Human Growth Hormone, que es lo que te hace crecer los músculos. Te ves, cabrón, top, top. Y esto te ayuda. Si sigues jalando y haces pesas y todo esto, solo quemas grasa y aumentas músculo. Se ve cabrón. Cabrón, cabrón, cabrón. Entonces tiene muchos beneficios y además, sobre todo, la claridad mental. Eso es lo más duro de todo. Entonces voy a definitivamente incorporarlo más a mi estilo de vida para sacar los beneficios. Y sin ella nunca me hubiera dado cuenta que me estaba metiendo una cantidad pendeja de magnesio que me estaba destruyendo la vida. Así que excelente en todos rangos. Ahora, vamos a pasar rápido a algo interesante que no puedo creer, estuvo a nada de comernos, güey. Y ahorita les cuento lo de los restaurantes, perdón, una vez más. Estaba justamente el día de ayer compartiendo con todos, ayer y antier, ¿no? De long de Bitcoin, cuál es la estrategia, les puse, voy a entrar acá, voy a cambiar todo esto, les dije mi actualización del trade de Bitcoin, esta fue justamente ayer a las 7 de la mañana, tengo mi segunda entrada, me di cuenta que no les di mi stop loss lo tengo en 106.69, espero ver la reacción a la alza, si no se va a poner dura la cosa, si no entraron ayer, la entrada es mejor, y pues lo hicimos, ¿no? Y la cosa fue simplemente para decirles porque he estado cagado de miedo bueno, no cagado de miedo. Ayer en la clase puse esta línea acá y les dije, mi razón por qué 106.69 es por esto. Porque definitivamente a Bitcoin le gusta llevarse los mínimos para hacer bajos más bajos para espantar a todo el mundo y después subir. Y tal cual, el rango sigue jugando, cabrones. Estamos todos los que entraron en este trade tal cual en positivo. Y ahora la pregunta es, ¿dónde lo vendemos? Yo les había dicho que aquí arriba es mi objetivo, pero ese es mi objetivo personal. Pero recuerden, cada que encuentras estas líneas de fricción, es buena zona para vender, güey, salirte con dinero. Yo ahorita, este es un swing largo que estoy intentando hacer. No les estoy diciendo que va a funcionar 100%, pero, güey, jaló. Jaló el hijo de puta. Estuvimos a nada. Llegó hasta 109.200 una vez más. El stop loss era 109. Que era, perdón, era un segundo. Llegamos ok, era 106.69 y llegamos a 106.200 a nada de llevarnos, pero güey, ahí estamos, seguimos, continuamos, estamos viendo Bitcoin rebotando, esos 110, 700 ahorita han sido la resistencia y es lo que queremos romper. Bien, ok, chido, dinero a casa, divertido, aparte dramático, me gustan estos trades dramáticos, eso es lo que me gusta de trading, honestamente, porque no es como que pongo dinero serio, estoy hablando de... No quiero decir cantidades porque también no quiero que la gente piense que digamos cantidades que no me importan, ¿no? Entonces, para mí, la diversión es esta. Para hacer dinero de verdad, inversiones. Eso es donde todo bien, todo perfecto y fácil. Aunque aquí me ha ido bastante bien ya últimamente por pues, estos güeyes, lo que he aprendido todos los días, ¿no? Vamos rápido a lo que estamos hablando de la economía. Por cierto, salió Michael Berry a decirle a todo el mundo, Michael Berry, el famoso por el Big Short, ¿no? Que hicieron la película que Christian Bale hizo su personaje, que dijo en el 2009, vamos a hacerle un corto a todo lo que es hipotecas, básicamente, porque se van a ir al piso. Tenía razón, y son miles de millones de dólares. Ahorita salió otra vez, porque si se acuerdan, bueno, ahorita salió otra vez a decir, mejor salte del mercado, quédate así en neutral, para que no te cometas errores. Y la narrativa ahora, porque tienen razón, fíjense en esto, la gente no aprende nada. Entonces, cuando no aprende nada, es raro para mí cuando me enseñan algo que ya aprendieron. Y les voy a explicar por qué. Porque cuando sale Michael Berry a decir esto, todas las noticias son, y están en lo correcto, por cierto. Michael Berry, la última vez que llegamos al fondo, dijo, vende todo. ¿Qué les digo? Toda esta gente trabaja junta para hacer todas estas cosas. Es una coordinación divina. Y ahorita todo el mundo se acuerda de eso. No, no, la gente no se acuerda de nada, pero ahorita sí, misteriosamente. Entonces todo el mundo dice, ahora que Michael Berry salió a decir esto, soy súper alcista. Bien, solamente lo quiero poner enfrente de ustedes, ni siquiera les voy a decir lo que yo pienso. Creo que es obvio. Y la última cosa que vamos a ver exactamente antes de entrar al casino del tío Salo con Alex y con Farhan es, damas y caballeros, la industria de los quiero que entiendan esto. Cuando vemos a la economía darse un chopetazo, no todo ocurre de la noche a la mañana y no todo ocurre en todos lados, ¿ok? Hay cosas que son afectadas primero, hay cosas que siguen y hay cosas que son las últimas. Y normalmente lo primero que es afectado es lo que no tiene intermediarios en ventas. Restaurantes, por ejemplo. El restaurante le vende a la gente y el restaurante es el primero en darse cuenta, güey, hay algo que está mal. ¿Ok? Siempre, siempre. Y aquí es lo que está pasando en Estados Unidos y la gente no lo pone en contexto y no los veo a todos peleándose de izquierda a derecha que qué es lo que está pasando con los restaurantes. Y es lo que les he dicho. Yo ni, esto ahora es noticia, pero yo he estado platicando con ustedes de amigos que tienen restaurantes que me están diciendo, güey, la misma cantidad de gente, pero se están gastando 30% menos en promedio desde el principio de año. Eso es lo que tenemos. Y ahora lo que quiero compartir con ustedes es lo siguiente. Esta es mi tabla de Bitcoin, pero, por ejemplo, restaurantes como CMG, Chipotle, en Estados Unidos, ¿qué tan abajo están? Déjenme pongo la de 2 semanas simplemente para simplificar mi trabajo. Chipotle, desde el tope que lo logró en el 2024, en junio del 2024, está abajo, ha llegado hasta abajo 55% y está abajo ahorita 54% desde el tope. 54%. Yo les dije que restaurantes están sufriendo 30%. Y esto es Chipotle, que es cosas baratas, ¿no? Vamos a la que sigue, que es otro restaurante que muchos de nosotros conocemos, como se llama Wendy's. Wendy's está abajo también. Wendy's está abajo y vamos a ver exactamente cuánto, desde cuándo. Desde el 2021 hasta ahora está abajo 70%. 70%, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver rápido Cava, los restaurantes de Cava. Vamos a ver acá. Cava está abajo. Una vez más, estos son restaurantes que tradean públicamente. Un 68%, 69%, vamos a poner, 69%, ¿no? ¿Qué otros? También tenemos Sweet Greens, por ejemplo. Sweet Greens es SG. Sí. ¿Está bajo cuánto? Vamos a ver. Una vez más, todos estos son cadenas de restaurantes en Estados Unidos que la rompen normalmente. 85% abajo. ¿Qué otro? Jack in the Box, Jack. ¿Está abajo cuánto? Vamos a ver, ¿no? 88%. 88%. En el 2008, Jack in the Box solamente cayó 70%, entonces esto ya es una caída más grande. Y esto es lo que quiero ilustrar, es sencillo. El consumidor ya no tiene dinero. Los primeros en ser afectados son estos lugares. Y ahora ellos van a ser los primeros en rebotar, en mi opinión. ¿Por qué? Porque ellos tienen grupos detrás que los grupos que fondean todo a todo, están descontando todo ellos y ellos lo están descontando. Antes les conté, IHOP está haciendo comidas de $6 con 2 pancakes o hotcakes, no sé cómo se dice en español, 2 pancakes, huevos, tocino y un café o un jugo, ¿no? Por $6. Todos estos, sus márgenes han sido destruidos. Todo esto es lo que vamos a ver en todas las empresas. Tal cual, esto es directamente el consumidor a ti. ¿O qué creen que está pasando en la industria de los restaurantes? Es que los precios están muy caros y la gente no está yendo. Exactamente. Y ahora que la gente está yendo, tienen que bajar todo. Restaurantes como Chili's, que son una cagada, que nunca suben los precios de nada porque son una cagada, literalmente. Y la comida de plástico que venden, que por cierto, si van al aeropuerto de la Ciudad de México, el mejor restaurante en el aeropuerto, en la internacional, es Chili's. Si estás en esa zona donde está el Salón de American Express, que es la peor cagada del planeta, la peor. Mejor pateame los huevos en vez de entrar ahí. La siguiente es, hay un restaurante a la izquierda que se ve como fancy, es el peor restaurante de la historia. Nunca en mi vida me habían hecho una sopa que estaba de la verga y un sándwich que también estaba de la verga, nunca. Esos güeyes lo lograron. Chili's es una mierda, pero esa mierda fue la mejor de todas las que hay en ese aeropuerto. Así que si van a comer algo, lo mejor que pueden hacer es que les dé diarrea en Chili's. Esos restaurantes no fueron tan afectados por lo mismo. Ellos no se mamaron con sus márgenes nunca y ellos continúan haciendo lo mismo. Y un poco lo mismo con McDonald's, que está aguantando bien, porque por todo lo que diga la gente y que McDonald's y la verga, por más que esté abajo, está abajo poquito, porque McDonald's, pues, es McDonald's, ¿no? Pero esto es algo que tenemos que tomar en cuenta, porque esto es lo que vamos a empezar a ver en resultados de todo. Y esto es lo que les digo. Siempre es, con los coches eléctricos, les prometo, próximo cuarto va a ser una mierda, porque ellos entregan directamente resultados de sus clientes tal cual, cuando estén comprando. Cuando Ford ahorita puede seguir escondiéndose detrás de todo lo que le está vendiendo a las agencias y toma escalones para que llegue a ello. Entonces, esto es lo que vamos a ver en todos lados, ¿no? Y esto es lo que yo estoy apostando. Entonces, también tienen que entender que esto le da un poco a mi bias, no un poco, le da con todo a mi bias a todo esto. Y no todo va a caer al mismo tiempo. Cuando ya todo caiga al mismo tiempo, ya es más o menos el final de todo, porque están viendo estos resultados de estas. ¿Qué creen? ¿Que los restaurantes van a desaparecer? No, esto te dice simplemente cómo la gente está en la mierda y vamos a tener que reiniciar el ciclo una vez más, como siempre. Y pues sí, es básicamente lo que estamos viendo en estos momentos. Muy interesante en el mercado. Bueno, el trade de Bitcoin. Qué bueno que ya dejé de envenenarme con todo el puto magnesio que me estaba diciendo. Y pues, si quieren ustedes entrar acá, güey, les he dicho, nuestro Discord es completamente gratuito. Caigan a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy, está acá. Acá tengo mis análisis pendejos, son absolutamente gratis para todos ustedes. Y ya saben, no vengan nada más a seguir mis trades, ¿no? Porque recuerden, yo no sé nada. Los que sí saben son Alex y Farhan y aquí tienen sus análisis de los dos en el lado izquierdo de esto. Ya lo pueden ver, súper sencillo. Es el análisis de Alex. Esto también mandamos acá las alertas para todos. Los enlaces están aquí abajo en el video de YouTube. Si ustedes lo quieren buscar, vayan a YouTube y busquen Alejandro Salomón. El último en vivo tiene todos los enlaces para que los puedan aprovechar. También tenemos videos directos acá para que puedan ver cómo usar los exchanges de futuros. Recuerden, exchanges de futuros es para criptomonedas y es para que pueda hacer longs y shorts, ¿no? Largos y cortos en el precio. También tienen acá todos nuestros enlaces oficiales. Recuerden, nunca les vamos a escribir nada. Acá tienen Criptolingo, que es un poco el lenguaje, las abreviaciones del lenguaje de trading y de cripto. Y acá yo creo que es importante para todos ustedes, si no hablan esto, y esto es en todas las industrias, si no entienden lo que estamos diciendo cuando hablamos de tablas, etcétera, que es muy normal, por cierto, simplemente lo que te falta es entender los básicos. Y los básicos los tenemos nosotros en ese curso que vendemos por $29, que les prometo no me va a hacer millonario, así que no se preocupen por eso, por ayudarme a tener más dinero y aprovecharme de la gente, como siempre lo hago, ya saben. Simplemente cuesta $29 y es porque si lo das gratis la gente no le pone nada de valor detrás. Lo pueden ver con todo lo que les estoy diciendo gratis, con todos los trades que les doy gratis, con un 100% de hit rate en los últimos 2 años que nadie toma en cuenta porque es gratis. Y eso me encanta. Así que acá sí les cobramos por esto para que lo tomen en cuenta. Es Zero a Trader, se llama el curso, y ese curso literalmente te enseña todas las bases. Es 1 hora 40 minutos en videos, te enseña qué programas vas a necesitar para hacer trading, desde eso hasta qué es una vela, qué es un indicador, qué es una tendencia alcista, qué es una tendencia bajista, qué es momentum, qué tienes que ver cuando estás haciendo las cosas más básicas de todos. Eso no te va a hacer un experto, pero lo que sí te va a hacer es poder entender absolutamente todo lo que estamos diciendo acá. Y acá puedes ver estos videos gratis 3 veces a la semana. Y de ahí, si quieres todavía mejorar más, si tienes preguntas, puedes meterte a preguntarnos las clases del jueves ayer, que fue la gente que recibió el mensajote del trade de Bitcoin en el que estaba también, que les funcionó muy bien. Y normalmente esas clases nos salen cosas muy buenas. Ayer la clase estuvo excelente, muy buenas preguntas de todo el mundo. Y de eso se trata. Y con esto te puedes ir a cualquier lado a aprender de otros. Pero recuerden que todas las tablas son diferentes. No todo tradea igual y eso es algo que tienen que desarrollar, ese criterio. Si quieren también caigan acá a nuestro sitio web, tienen tutos, esto es completamente gratis. Si quieres tradear en estos exchanges de futuros de criptos como Bitunix o Bluffing, ven a hacerlo acá, le picas en ver más y acá te va a poner el video completo, 11 minutos, es un video una vez más completamente gratis con el enlace directo para que no te vean la cara y no le piques a nada extraño. 11 minutos aprendes cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo fondearla, cómo mandar dinero dentro de tu cuenta futuros, dónde están los futuros, cómo abrir un corto, cómo abrir un largo, cómo abrir un TP, cómo abrir un stop loss, poner un stop loss, cómo hacer todo eso. Y una vez más, si no sabes lo que estoy diciendo, no te metas a esto por el amor de Dios. Por favor. Y Aquí en Bitunix puedes meterte hasta 125 de apalancamiento X. Eso quiere decir que si con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de 125,000, pero no te lo recomiendo porque te va a llevar la chingada en chinga. La otra en Bluffing, que también es de criptos, te da hasta 150X. Eso quiere decir que con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $150,000. Y también tenemos BTCC, que de nuevo les sigo fallando acá. Esta semana me la tomé libre para ponerles cómo funciona BTCC, donde también tienes acciones tokenizadas como Amazon y cualquiera otra que quieras sortear o hacerle long a Amazon, Tesla, AMD. Aquí están todas. Así que vamos para adelante con esto. Aquí tengo a estos cracks. Vamos a darle con absolutamente todo. My boys, good morning. How are you?
Buenos dias, muchachos, and happy Friday.
Happy Friday. It wouldn't be Friday if you weren't muted, my friend.
Indeed, it would just be a Monday.
Exactly. Wednesday's the perfect day. So if it happens on Wednesday, we have no excuses, by the way. Just based on what you said, someone's going to clip you and say it.
You degenerate, lazy motherfucker. You can't even get it right on a Wednesday.
You're disgusting. Yeah, you made me money with the trade, but fuck you. Hey, Bitcoin didn't take my stop loss, boys. I'm feeling good. I was nervous all day yesterday, coming down really close and sniffing my asshole, but he didn't do it. He didn't do it. So what do you got for us today on this Bitcoin charts, my friend?
Yeah, no, what a fun day the last 2 days have been, really. Very straightforward price action on Bitcoin. But now we're at a very interesting zone. You went down to that low 106 region. We had the meme line sitting at 105,700. And really, again, really well respected these ranges. If we go to the lower time frames, like a 2 hour, you'd lose support and you would just slowly grind down to the next region. Similar to here, lose support, slowly grind down to the next region. This was very straightforward. And so now what are we getting today? Well, for me, it's pretty much what we talked about last stream really is happening, which is just like the bounce zone in this region, most likely not going to see an aggressive dump at the end of October. You'll still see a red October if we go to the monthly. Quickly go there, right? October will still close red, in my opinion. But I do think you potentially, hopefully, are going to see this low that was formed yesterday act as like a local bottom. And the reason I say that is because you are really deviating back within this range. 109,300 is a big spot. I was talking about it a few days ago. If we go to yesterday, you did get a daily closure back under that 109.3, but then today you are getting back above it. This is why 2 to 3 closures under that 109.3 and using the daily SMA 200 is wise to gauge weakness here. But to me, you're either getting chop or you're getting a reclaim. And so both are very important, specifically when you do see daily volatility contracting. If it's chopped, then this will just cause us to have a daily volatility set up in the beginning of November. And if this is a bullish reclaim, perhaps you're going to get contraction on the volatility on this move up. That's important because this can help us gauge perhaps that next major lower high forming on the 5-day, which I'll show. So for me, it's still looking good. 10 hours though. So you have still a little bit of time to go here. And bulls just need to either keep seeing expansion or they just need to hold it. As long as they hold above 109.3 or just use the daily SMA 200, to me, this will be a good sign. In this chop zone, if we just focus on price action from October 15th to now, really what's been occurring is you lose the daily SMA 200, you come down to the meme line, you slowly start getting bought up. Once the daily SMA 200 is reclaimed, that's a good sign to see at least some kind of expansion to the upside. Now, does it hold? That's a different question. But if we see in this example, that did cause a pretty nice bounce. Just measuring the next daily candle, it was a 3.5% bounce. And then what we have here is you lost the daily SMA 200 for one closure, almost came down to the meme line. We just change this diagonal, make it like that. You can see it almost came down, got bought up, got back above 109.3 and also the daily SMA 200 before slowly moving up to that 116. I think this is very important price action, honestly, specifically if you're gauging potentially a November bull trap brewing here. This is, in my opinion, just the beginnings of that. And you very easily could start seeing Bitcoin in the beginning of November move into that 112,000 to maybe that 112,600 region. Maybe higher, potentially, but that's where it gets a little tricky. You have 114,200 and then the 116 extremity high. The issue is you've already rallied up to the 116 and rejected. You've lost this zone on the daily and you've rejected. But in this region, it becomes actually quite interesting because, well, we know this daily EMA 100 often gets lost, and then we see Bitcoin rally back up to it, either reclaim and it holds and that fulfills the bottom, or you deviate and come down, often rejecting and expanding down, or you just straight up reject it, right? If we view price action from, the end of October, take it from this wick low and see kind of the rally we had up to the daily EMA 100, was about an 8.9% move up. You weren't able to fulfill any closures back above it and or even the meme line at $112,000. So for me, I'm looking for a rally scenario into November still, and I'm looking at today potentially being the beginnings of that. So we have an objective as a bull. You need to just close above the daily SMA 200 and hold it. If you do, you will get another shot at testing that $112,000 region, and possibly a little higher. You could wick up. You have that daily median, you have the EMA 100, and also the 34, all sitting a little higher past that 112,000 flat. So it's like into that 112,700, 112,600, maybe just 113, which tells you as a trader, you still could be potentially seeing, at least a 2.3% move up. Now, what if we end up rejecting this zone? And if you go to the 12-hour, it's, kind of contrary of what we want, which is, well, you're still under that 12-hour 9 and you're front running the 12-hour EMA 9 retest. So if you start again seeing that 1093 get lost, yeah, I mean, this will look like a 12-hour EMA 9 rejection. You've lost support, and that should be good to just take you down to that 106 region again. But until then, you do have legitimate bullish concerns here if you're a bear, and this is just the spot where you're supposed to position before the spring. But be very mindful of this region, right? It's a little trickier if I'm gauging 112,000 to 112,600 to get rejected. If we do get there by the weekend, so then we'll have to really consider, okay, do we actually reach a little higher, maybe that 114? Or are we just going to straight up start rejecting in the beginning of November? This possibly could start forming in the weekend. Would make a lot of sense to see a weekend scam pump up to that region. And why also am I gauging that $112,000 region? Not only on the daily, the 12-hour, but if you go to the 5-day, we've talked about this setup here on the 5-day. Now, since we've had this price action, it's not been the cleanest, but if we actually look at the little details, it's not been the worst. When you get a 5-day EMA 9 reclaim, you often look at the throwback to be the spot you bid, and any move down to the 9 just needs to hold. As soon as the 5-day 9 is lost, that's your trigger to flip short and actually short the 5-day 9. It's not complicated at all. You can see here, you reclaimed it. Now, if you had longed here, and this was a failed one, you still got a 2% move. And then you were gauging this being another throwback. As soon as you closed back under this 5-day EMA 9, you would have just entered a short here. And again, you would have been able to print at least a 3% move down. You play your moving averages, you cover on the EMA 34, and you watch the reaction at that 5-day 9. Here, the strategy would have helped you because do you long in the midst of a 5-day reclaim of the 9? No. Do you long here? No. You wait for this throwback. Did it give you it? No, it could not hold the 5-day 9. You open shorts here. That would have helped you catch an entire move down. So this was 3%. This is a 10% move. And you also were able to avoid all this chop, just sticking to that one rule, which is just bid the EMA 9 on the 5-day. So then you move down even here. Let me just short the 9. Led to a 4% move. So that's just free money. You were able to catch a 14% move if you covered here, reshorted here, and covered there. It's really not bad, though. It's really not bad. Why are we talking about this? Well, you did into the end of like October 23rd, the end of October, get a 5-day EMA 9 reclaim while also reclaiming that $112,000 region. Now you notice the 114,200 did reject, and you even got the wicks up to the 116. Both zones tested, both zones are major resistance. What I'm interested in is watching that 5-day EMA 9 move closer to 112,200, maybe 112,300. It's currently at 112,446. But then this can help me at least keep my bias in check until the new 5-day candle. Did we already have this move down that we did map out? Didn't change this. And now are we going to just get the rally back up, test that 5-day EMA 9 before rolling over? You do see too, in the midst of this rally up, volatility actually was hitting 15%, now at 14.68%. So on the cusp of confirming volatility expansion to the downside. But as long as it's under 15%, this isn't confirming it yet. We need to be very careful on really in the next 2 5-day candle closures where this volatility goes to. So the next 5-day and then the next one, we need to be very careful because this isn't going to stay like this forever. And well, you don't want to see bulls quickly take control, fire this off, and now you're getting another 5-day volatility expansion to the upside. Can't really act like we haven't seen this before. 5-day volatility. Oh my God, we're getting it to the downside. I believe this was like the first one potentially in a long time when this 5-day fired off to the upside, off to the upside, off to the upside, off to the upside. So it looked legit. We had moves down. You were in a downtrend on the 5-day. Here, bulls quickly took back control. Even volatility expanding, they consolidated, got it to contract a little more down before again getting that move up to that, what we see here, 84,000 all the way up to 111,000. So this is what we don't want. We don't want to see real bearish environment to then chop, to then see volatility contract, to then them getting the move to the upside. In the last 5 days as well, we were gauging it in July. You were firing off, but then this chop zone did take you to a new high here. But then once you started to move down, that's when you really started to contract again. So really, in my opinion, this 5-day is pretty insane. And the fact that we're here now potentially signals to me in November could be a really fun month. And you are just starting to see, I believe, the beginnings of volatility. And that's why the monthlies are looking this bad. Specifically this month. Let's just go to CME. All right, we see CME. You're making highs, but they're just getting sold off. You're making lows that are getting bought up. You just do this. Now, when I see price action like this, and mind you, this is on a monthly, well, this just tells me markets are getting super predatory. Often when you see markets get this predatory, it's before really a major move coming, honestly. They don't want you to successfully catch longs here. They'll swipe it down. They'll make you feel dumb. You'll long up here. They'll swipe it down just for them to pump it back up. You'll long there and they'll take it down. You have to just be very cautious of this price action. It reminds me of like here. And the difference was you weren't getting a monthly volatility setup. But I believe in this region, August, you did get a 5-day. So it does remind me of this region here. Back in 2024, price action was just extremely predatory to the upside, to the downside, which then did correlate to a major up-only environment for Bitcoin the end of the year. So when I go to the monthlies and I see that, yeah, I mean, it makes absolute sense. We're getting this kind of candles, not very different from here, often is before a major move. And now what we even have confluence of a major move now is really the lowest read on CME's monthly volatility chart ever recorded, ever in history. Means it's more than here, more than here, more than here, more than here. It's pretty insane. So we'll go back to spot. So for me, I would really expect a bounce here, honestly. We don't need to front run it. In my opinion, you'll get an easy long after today's close. If you want to be cheeky and weekend trade, that's up to you. But for me, I would just be gauging a throwback after today, right off the SMA 200. That should, in theory, provide a spring, and you should start moving up very minimally to that $112,000. Now, you'll either then reject that into maybe CME Open, start coming down aggressively, and this will just be how November will start, or you'll get that last push up. Actually test the daily EMA 100. Consolidation under daily EMA 100 will do what? Well, that'll just start baiting aggressive horny shorts, right? If they start seeing this, you're going to start shorting it, and then you'll squeeze the last final move up before the smackdown. Right? You'll start shorting it. You'll get the last final squeeze up before the smackdown. You have been seeing price action act like that, really. Now, it's better shown on like a 4-hour. Well, what do you mean? Well, you'll be right under resistance, looks like an optimal short. You'll then squeeze up right up to the major zone, like a 4-hour EMA 100, before moving down, taking out the lows. Here, let's get another example. Here, it seems like resistance is holding. EMA 21 is going to hold. The front run, the SMA 200, before the last final pop up. I guess you didn't even hit the EMA 34 here, so that's not even a good example, actually. Now, I remember this on the 4-hour. Seemed like the EMA 100 would just reject, went right up to the meme line. Now, this was on a 4-hour, but this still on 1 4-hour gave you a 2% move down. The point I'm really trying to bring home is if you do end up seeing consolidation under $112,000, legitimate concern, but I really do think the EMA 100 will just be the easy spot to enter shorts, and you do have confluence that on the 5-day. So be very mindful of this. If you do start mean reversion, bouncing up, this actually will play right in the bear's hands, potentially giving us volatility setup into the beginning of November. You start seeing a volatility setup on the daily with potentially, right, a 5-day EMA 9 rejection to then a potentially even a 5-day lower high forming here. Well, that's where you have to be really concerned of the rollover. Once you lose this 34 or even just get a 5-day closure back under 1093, that could be the start of a major move down to 93,000. I'm not really convinced that'll hold. Most likely a bounce off there, testing back upwards to maybe that 1093 before the big breakdown to 69,000. If we're on the camp, the 5-day volatility setup is going to fire off to the downside this time. And again, not confirmed, just really everything's pointing to that to me, but not confirmed. Then you do have to start considering the weekly and the 2-week will also fire off to the downside. These all are their own setups in itself. The nice ones are the 5-day, but the higher time frame you go, like the weekly, 2-week, monthly, the bigger they do become. So you do have to just be very cautious of that. I do believe you even had the same environment at the beginning of the bull market. What do I mean by that? Actually, minus the monthly, and I'll explain. You had a bi-weekly, low volatility, consolidating, doing nothing. Go to the weekly here. Weekly volatility setup as well, and I think you also had that 5-day. Right here, 5-day volatility setup. Now, what you got from all these was just the domino effect. This was your entire bull market. Let's even check monthly, because I mentioned that. But the one thing about the monthly is, well, you did have a cheeky volatility setup, but it's not the same setup. You're actually lower. So this is a lot bigger. But my point is, you just saw the domino effect. The 2-day bled into the 5-day, which bled into the weekly, and then the bi-weekly, and then the monthly. This was your very fun bull market. So you're getting all the same things up here with a bi-monthly top candle we can't disregard here. And so let's actually observe and see if perhaps this bi-monthly will flip red today. I hope it doesn't, because that would mean 1093 is not holding. That would mean potentially we are just going to start dumping aggressively in November. But really not the most promising bi-monthly candle, I will say. And the only hopium on the monthly is that, well, monthly trend held, you formed a high, you've hit the monthly 9. Into the end of the year, you should just slowly start making a new all-time high from here, if this will be a higher low footing. So that's a lot of assumptions, honestly. And even on the monthly, what do we see? We see a $112,000 reclaim to then a loss. We should be gauging some reaction here into November. So a lot of reasons on why I'm not really positioning short. I'm not really entertaining the long over the weekend either. It's cheeky if you get back above the daily SMA 200, but rather I want to put my energy attention on a major short to potentially swing that into December. That would be pretty nice because, well, with these volatility setups, once they do truly start firing off, you do just see an up-only market, or you'll see a down-only market. It's very hard to catch a swing short, and this is on the 5-day when you're just doing this. It's engineered not to do that. And even before the big breakdown, you did take out all the 5-day highs. So trend shift, but then you got the breakdown. So it's very predatory when you get these 5-day volatility setups. But just staying true to what we know, and even in this environment, just saying, okay, well, 5-day EMA 9 got lost. Let's watch the moving averages here. So even the 9, the 21, to then gauge and move down. Had you shorted in this region here at all, you would have just made life-changing money fairly fast too. So we'll just take it from here. 20 days, you make 38%. Life-changing. You cover at the 5-day SMA 200. You bounce up, we're so back. You re-short after a 14% bounce to the 5-day 9. That then just really easily gives you another, what, like 44% move down. So, we can really gauge an easy market, and that's what I'm potentially looking for in October. We'll know fairly soon. Watch the 5-day 9, and it's really, really honestly nice. The 5-day 9 and the 21 are very close to each other. We could potentially see the cross happen in November, which just gives you more confidence that bears are in more control on this 5-day, which is all little signs that you need to take into account when you have a setup like this on the cusp that often gives you a 30% move in about 35 days. So that's Bitcoin. We'll go to Tether dominance. Nothing's really changed for me here. 5-day, right? We've been talking about that. Could even see 5-day 9 go up closer to the 100. I would be gauging some kind of throwback here before ideally the big move up. Now, when we had reclaimed the 5-day EMA 100 and green dildoed up, as shown here, you did aggressively, this is in 1 5-day, you did aggressively come down, retest that 4.79% slightly, but most importantly, test the 5-day EMA 100. This did get bought up, even if it failed into the next candle. So if we're going to be bullish and look at this potentially as a bullish reclaim again, then we need to be watching the throwback here. This could be your $112,000 reaction on Bitcoin. Now let's check 5-day trend carefully here. So you do see at a lower low here, lower high, higher low. Okay, higher high break. There was your higher low, your higher high. So you've come down. You've, again, only really tested the 5-day 9 on Tether, which literally in this region, we were talking about a bounce here. Just didn't seem too bearish, and even more so, you still were in a 5-day sell trigger, just telling me you could be playing between these moving averages. But you did just retest the 5-day EMA 9. Now let's see if the 5-day has a silver cross. Does not, but it's very close to, actually. But no silver cross on the 5-day. But the 5-day to me is still looking quite bullish, and it's really hard actually to get bearish here when you are potentially reclaiming a major level that's been rejecting, honestly, since the end of April. It's just been straight up rejecting us. You've just been going down, making new highs on Bitcoin. Because you can clearly see that once you do sustain rallies above, and you do hold it, you get a free move up to the SMA 200. Even here, you hold it, you get a free move up to the SMA 200. And that is at 5.61%. So I think we measured this last stream. I believe, yeah, it's about 11%. Just to the next target. And then if that reclaims it, oh, that won't be good at all. That'll be more confirmation that perhaps we are entering into an environment that we really just haven't seen for a few years, which is right under the 5-day SMA 200. Reclaiming that would start giving you busting action moves. The only time you've ever been below this 5-day SMA 200 was during here, the beginning of 2024. So nice bull market, but if we get back above it, that's not going to be a good sign for maybe the bull market within a bull market. We're so back, it actually will look pretty bad to me, and it'll start really looking like this will start making a move up to perhaps a 6.5%. Once you take out specifically August 2024's wick high, well, you know, you're potentially going to be entering a range back up to here, which won't be fun. This range won't be fun for bulls because, well, look how big this range is. 20%. And you truly did just do this, and you did this, and you did this, and you did that, and then you went down. And this all correlated to insane price action on Bitcoin up and down. And right, that 5 days potentially firing off or confirming soon on Bitcoin spot, all while Tether dominance has already done it. Again, this is something good to note because I was talking about this. This occurred last time where we did see 5-day volatility fire off before Bitcoin. Now we'll have to watch this very carefully and see, does that bleed into spot potentially confirming the setup? It's important because now you're getting the weekly firing off confirmed in 2 days. I believe, did it confirm? Let's see. Might as well look. Okay. Oh, you can't bar replay on Tether dominance. I always forget that. I don't think it's confirmed yet. So confirmed potentially in 2 days. And again, you'd be expecting specifically where we're at here on the weekly, very similar to the 5-day, right? You get back above that weekly EMA 100, 5.02%. It's going to give you confluence of that move up closer to the 5.5, 5.8%. And off the back of this weekly volatility setup, you have to be very careful about that. Because again, is this looking bearish? No, you had a top candle here that just got invalidated, and now bulls are actually about to get that reclaim. So you start seeing this, you could start seeing a major move up, and all that will be is just weekly volatility firing off now. While 5 days pressing 50%, you're now getting a fresh weekly taking over. This is why these volatility setups can be detrimental for bulls if they do fire off to the downside on Bitcoin, the upside on tether dominance, because this weekly then could make the 2-week fire off, which is 2-week then starts really becoming interesting because the 2-week is actually at the lowest read ever on this tether dominance chart. So that would be pretty detrimental as well. So you got lots of setups here on the cusp of firing off, making Bitcoin very, very optimal to be shorting in November. That's why we need to be watching very carefully, specifically where this 5-day closes and where the weekly closes. I think that'll really guide us into November. And even here, you've lost the 5-day EMA at 100. You've reclaimed it. So let's just watch to see if you aggressively come down and then bounce. We'll use 4.69% as our low, and we'll be gauging that very carefully. Now, going to the monthly, maybe we like monthlies, right? We still can see using 4.69% as some kind of low to gauge if we're going to be bullish or bearish, kind of like your extremity. As long as we're above it, we should be bullish. But even here, you're pressing a monthly 21. If you stay under there, it's going to give you great confidence to come all the way back down to that 4.79%, testing the monthly 9. Now you can just see for the last few months, you've been under the monthly 9. You're now reclaiming it. This is, again, just more points to bears on why perhaps we're not so back and we're about to see a moon November, but rather you're going to see a bullish reclaim, retest of the monthly 9 before a big breakout into December, end of November. But we don't have volatility supporting that, but you do. And you even are potentially brewing a volatility setup in November. And last setup, okay, it formed in April, May, June, July, August. This took multiple months actually to play out. Ideally, hopefully that won't occur. But still, if it does want to just keep contracting in the midst of the weekly, and then maybe that 2-week firing off, all just implications for perhaps that monthly firing off to the downside, really just finishing this bull market, in my opinion. This would, if this fires to the downside, be your bear market. And it was the same thing. A Moss setup, there was your bull market. So, new setup. We'll have to see. Now, what do we get on the bi-monthly? Anything at all? Now, I'll throw the 5 on this one. Okay, so you're potentially going to get an EMA 5 reclaim. Let's see what's occurred when we've done that. And let's clean this up a bit. We'll do the 9 and the 5. Okay. So what we can see here is, yeah, the bi-monthly 5 is about to be reclaimed. Now, last time I got reclaimed here and stayed under the 9, it led to a pretty interesting following bi-monthly where you opened, you went up 20%, you then came down 20%, or no, 11%. Unsure why I said 20%. 11% before closing, very similar to where it opened. Losing, I believe, well, almost losing the monthly bi-monthly 5. Now you still got volatility, like that was still a pretty epic 20% move up. You just couldn't hold it. And so what you've noticed with tether dominance, and even you can gauge this on the monthly, you will reclaim, and then into the next candle, you'll get some kind of red candle losing it. That's just kind of been the flavor of this chop zone here. So into the end of the year, what I'd like to see personally is that's not going to occur. You actually bounce off the 5, maybe end of year, getting a really good close above the 9. Into 2026, you'll just get that back test of this region before, a move up. But this here still means perhaps you will end up going up 14, 20% in this region here before you get some kind of major pullback into 2026. Now, all just predictive, and rather we can just wait. We have a bi-monthly closing today, and then we can just patiently sit on our hands, use the bi-monthly EMA 5 with the monthly 9, and now we have a little range where, okay, we can afford a pullback. It's all good. We just need to absolutely hold specifically the monthly 9. And this will lead into a good bi-monthly buyback off of the EMA 5. So really, I mean, you have a lot of legitimate setups here on Bitcoin, on Tether Dominance, really telling you things are shifted, they are bullish. And really, I mean, I don't see any argument for bulls right now, honestly. We'll just go to all my weird time frames, see if we see anything. Nope. See, not a 6 days firing off too. So really, to summarize this, you're now just watching the 5-day. You're going to play the idea on Bitcoin, but rather use the 5-day EMA 100 with the weekly EMA 100. You can be watching this carefully. If you start just holding into next week, this zone, okay, maybe we're not going to end up rallying on Bitcoin in November. You're just going to start moving up, and it's just going to be weekly volatility taking you up. But until then, really, I'm watching for a bounce on Bitcoin. I want to see this zone somewhat reject and give us another move down to the 4.79%. Again, you lost it, reclaimed it. Would like to see this get tested one time. And I do think we can start using this zone here. 4.69% is kind of your zone. If you lose that on a daily, well, that'll greatly start diminishing our idea of this being some kind of spring bottom before the move up. So very actionable setups here, in my opinion. And you're just simply now watching that daily SMA 200 if you are bullish on Bitcoin. There's no reason to be aggressive here. You just simply can wait and watch and see. If it holds, it's good. You should move up. And if it doesn't, well, not a good sign. And then we have to really be watching weekly time frame on Tether Dominance to see if that 5% will just hold. So really don't need to have any kind of FOMO here, in my opinion. You just can wait, sit on your hands. We'll quickly look at Bitcoin dominance. Nothing really will change until November. But really what we've been gauging is the weekly, right? And so we need to see a move up to the weekly 21. That's very important. Getting into that 60% region really by today. Why it's important is because, well, the monthly 5 and 9 is also there. You do not want to stay under the monthly 9 after it's been lost and holding this entire bull market. It'll just signal to you a major shift, and perhaps Bitcoin dominance is actually quite weak here. Now, the hopium is that if you close under the monthly 9, but hold above 59.7%, maybe that'll give you another shot into November to actually test this monthly 9. Does it reject? Do you reclaim it into December? We won't know until we know, but it's really still a tricky spot here for Bitcoin dominance, because these aren't the most promising candles on the weekly. It just looks like the slow grind up, liquidity grab to then just like maybe a pop up to the 34 before rejecting. And we talked about this, unsure what that'll mean really for Ethereum. So we'll just take it day by day, I guess. It's really hard to have a bullish bias on ETH if, well, I think a major move down on Bitcoin's occurring and starting very soon. So into today, if if it wants to load. Watch very carefully. You have the weekly 21s rejecting, so you have kind of an area that you need to reclaim. Ideally gets back above the 34, and that'll start making the monthly look very good. If this starts rejecting and you start losing the 59.7%, or just the weekly 9, yeah, it's going to give you a major move down to 58% and possibly all the way down to 57.4%. Now, you do have a weekly volatility setup now, so just be mindful of that. You're kind of in a weird spot here. And this wick did not really help bulls at all, actually. And that's the issue with these wicks. They can look really amazing while they're happening, but if you don't sustain the momentum and keep it, they end up just being really dirty for bulls because, well, now in the monthly, it's just correlated to you've retested all the zones. You're only good now to go down. And specifically, you could test the monthly 34. So that's all I really have on the crypto world. I'm looking for maybe a November bull trap that leads to a max short opportunity. But I'm also not oblivious to the idea that, well, if you end up just rejecting the daily SMA 200, markets could be incredibly weak here. And this could be a very telling sign that you're probably not going to maybe test this zone. Perhaps you'll just dump down, EMA 100 just reconnects. Could happen. We won't know until we know. Not worth longing here today. I'll just say that. I don't see any trigger to long, and rather you'll have the trigger tonight if, let's say, the Asians want to pump us and actually get the bounce off the SMA 200, assuming it holds. Now, this price action that I noted makes traders complacent. It gives them very easy moves up. They know just really above the SMA 200, let's long. What you haven't seen is a loss and a big move down after you've lost it. So if today you start really moving down on Bitcoin, dumping hard, that'll just play into we're shifting here. Things are changing. And what was chop zone near the SMA 200 is now becoming the dump zone. And that's not going to be a bullish environment at all whatsoever going into November. And that could just mean that, well, or we may not actually get a high short entry. We won't know until we know. But just something to consider when you have a 5-day volatility setup about to fire off, about to lose the 34. Next target here will be technically 93,000. So just be very aware of that. You can even see if you lose the EMA 100 on the 5-day, you go to $69,000. I think that's an interesting point because you've just slowly seen this move up, now pressing the 2021 cycle highs. That is my major bottom zone. That's where I want to start perhaps investing. So we'll see when we get there, if we even get there.
Excellent.
Alrighty. Let me zoom out. And we will go into the daily on the bluffing chart. So we are currently back right around that daily 200 SMA. We are getting a rejection of our 9 EMA, basically to a T, exactly to that 9 EMA is giving you a rejection. Right now, you are still holding over the 200. The bearish hopium or the bearish case right now is getting for immediately dumping from here is getting a close below this 200 SMA, which would also be a close below this 38.2%, giving you a bearish retest of your 38.2%, and very likely following that, you're going to get a nice little dump ski. It's possible that you'll get a retest of your 200, but that's not really that much of a move to the upside. Maybe a retest of $109,000, but assuming you close below that area, that is just going to be a bearish retest, and likely from there you're going to dump to somewhere around the 88.3% to the 97.5%, where you ended up bottoming at this time here and this time here, and that would give us a range between about $102,000 and $98,000 to the downside. And once again, the confirmation for that is going to be getting your close below this 200 SMA and this 38.2%. Right now, momentum is pointed to the downside. It's trying to pick back up right at the edge of the bearish control zone, but it's still below the moving average, and volatility is now still contracting, approaching extreme lows. And now the jewel is starting to flash a sell signal. Hasn't confirmed yet, but this likely will in about 9.5 hours. And it certainly will confirm if you close below the 200. But as of right now, as long as you're closing below this 5 EMA, it's most likely going to confirm. And we're close to getting a bullish cross in the background, but now the oscillators are starting to diverge a little bit. The pink is starting to lose the curvature to the upside. This is the reason why you don't want to front run these crosses and wait for them to actually confirm before it's an actionable setup. Right now, the bull's hopium is that we continue to close over this 200 SMA and this 38.2%, which will give us probabilities of coming up to this top 38.2%, somewhere around $114,000. Still in that area would be a zone for a lower high as long as you are trading below 116,405. Anywhere between this 38.2% and this 50% is going to be the zone for your lower high. And once you tick above this previous lower high, then that idea has gone out the window and you're going to be looking for somewhere around $120,000 to $121,000 next. All going to depend on what happens in this 38.2% area, whether we close over this bottom one or not, and then if we reject this top one or not. 4-hour currently flips to the upside on momentum with volatility now at extreme lows. And the 4-hour is getting a nice rejection of the top 38.2% and a bounce right off the median. This is one of those classic fuck you candles. Took everyone out who longed this move to the upside, and now it's about to take out everybody who shorts this median. And likely, as long as we're bouncing over that median, our next target is going to be somewhere around this 100, which would be a retest of somewhere around 111.5 to 112. Let's see this jewel signal curving back around, about to exit the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off with a buy signal in the bearish control zone and see what that does, and see if the move has already been played out or not. Let's see. We'll call it at the next one right here. There we go. That is about 0.83%, 1.4%, 0.47%. This one was quite big, 2.9. Let's just take it to the top, 15.6. Oops. This one was a failure. 0.23% and 2.4% to the downside, 3% to the upside, kind of a wash. And this one, about 1.7%, and then 7.9%. Two 2.5, 4.3, and 8. How much are we up so far? From here to the top, it's about 2%. Very in line with that 2.5% number. Just take it 2.5. Brings us to that 111 area. Now let's do about 3-ish. That's about 112. 5% is exactly almost basically to our 200 SMA, right around 113.8, right close to that previous 114 area. Let's take it about 8%. And 8% would be taking out our previous lower high at that $116,000 area. If we were to do this 8% move, then very likely we're going up to that 120 zone. 2-hour currently flipping to the downside, rejecting 38.2%, rejecting the 200 SMA. Volatility, however, is contracting, which is hopium, and we're about to approach extreme lows, while momentum is still above the neutral zone. And we are now getting a bullish cross on the jewel in the bearish control zone with a God mode background. So there's some hopium that this bounce is going to be one that leads to higher, especially since you're bouncing off the median currently. 2-day bouncing right off that above, a little bit below the median. It went slightly below the median and front my meme line a little bit, but still consider that a bounce over the off the median. And you're almost green now with momentum still flips to the upside. Volatility is approaching extreme lows, and the jewel is still giving you a buy signal. That was an interesting sign that this likely would have been a bounce, considering the momentum remained was to the upside while we were dumping, and the jewel was giving you a buy signal, and you are currently getting a pretty strong bounce off of that median. As long as you're closing over that median and that 200 SMA, more likely you are going to get at least another retest of this 38.2% around that $112,000 area. And getting closes above here is what likely takes you up to somewhere around 120, 118 to 120. 5-day also still flipped to the upside. Volatility is approaching extreme lows. 5 days giving you a sell signal on the jewel with a bounce off of the bottom 38.2%. As long as you are bouncing off of this bottom 38.2%, maybe you'll get another retest of it somewhere around 107, 108. But probabilities are that from there you will test the median at least once. And right now the median is sitting at right around 114. Ideally, you'd like to see this move down on the next close to line up with somewhere around that 112, 113 area. Weekly also flipped to the downside, entering into the bearish control zone now, with volatility now getting expansion and the weekly jewel giving you a sell signal and a rejection of the 38.2%. Right now, you want to see bears want to see a close below about 106,583, and that gives you a nice little dump ski down to this 55 EMA around like $98,000. Let's go to the index. Index is now currently on the 2-week losing 38.2% with momentum flipped to the downside, volatility giving expansion, and the jewel giving you a sell signal. And you're getting a bearish cross now with the pink dropping below the yellow. This is going to confirm in about 9 days and 10 hours. And this will almost certainly confirm if you lose this 38.2%. Last time we've closed the 2-week below the 38.2% was all the way over here. We came down to the 21 EMA. We went below the 21 EMA, and that's where we bottomed. Over here, got a close below 38.2%, came down to the 21 EMA. Let's see, over here, it came down to the 21, came actually lower to the 100. This one, we came even lower than the 100, came almost to the 200. Over here, came down to the 55, 21 first. Minimum move seems to be the 21 EMA. And right now, that 21 EMA currently sits at about $104,000, $105,000, and it's going to continue to rise with every single close. That $98,000. Sorry?
With your 2 weeks, when was the last time we were in the bearish control zone?
Let's see. It was off of this dump to about $74,000.
And then when you had the bear, the sell signal print, not on the lower, the pink crossing the yellow.
This one?
When was the last time?
Let's see. The last time that occurred was back over here in March of 2025. Let's mark this off. And there's another one. This one's not the strongest. Let's take a comparable one to what we have right now. Here's another one right here, comparable to what we have now. Now let's see what happened with price. Didn't make a lower low by about 20%, 19.69%. Pretty respectable. This one, about 18.68 or 21%, very in line with the previous number. And let's just assume this confirms here and dump it 20%. Brings us very close to that 55 EMA, around $86,000, $87,000. Very interesting. That number will come back up definitely very soon.
That is interesting. Thank you, Ray. That's not bad.
Very, very nice to look at. On the opposite hand, however, there is a possibility for hidden bullish divergence because we have broken this previous low, while price is still closing over 108,296. But once we close below that area, that possibility will no longer be possible. And right now, to confirm that divergence, you have to close over 116,055, which is a little bit unlikely as of this moment. Once we get back over that area, possibility will once again be alive, and that'll target the median, which is right now at around $138,000, $139,000. Once you close below 108,296, no longer possible. Now let's look at the monthly. Monthly is still positioned to the upside with hidden bullish divergence. That will be invalidated once you close below 107,412, which will then confirm bearish divergence, giving you a minimum target of this 21 EMA, which is at, what do you know, $87,000, same number we just looked at. Monthly is currently giving you a rejection of your median, which would give you probabilities of going to your bottom 38.2%, which is currently sitting somewhere around $90,000, right above that $87,000 target. So now we even have probabilities in favor of that. We got bearish divergence targeting that, and the sell signal on the jewel, which would target that area. Maybe we'll go lower than $95,000. Now let's look at RSI. But you're not allowed to give targets to the downside. You're only allowed to give astronomical ones to the upside.
That's how it works. Don't tell the secret.
If you give one to the downside and you're off by even 1%, you're a piece of shit and worthless.
Oh yeah, I remember when we were talking about 69K, we went to like 73. Oh yeah, that's how it was.
May have gotten a short from 100,000 all the way down to 70s, but you were off by 0.05%. Fuck you, you're wrong.
Oh, we're assholes.
You made me lose so much money off of that. Keep in mind, I did wait until 74,000 to short, but it's your fault.
Yeah, there's always that part too, the important part.
You said it was going down a little bit lower, and I got in at the bottom. It's your fault. So on the daily, we are now invalidating the multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be the easy target off of that is going to be your bullish control zone and the simple moving average, which right now sits somewhere between 5.35% and 5.42%. The invalidation on that will be off of that move to the upside will be a close below 4.91%, which we are right now currently holding. Let's go to the 4 hour. 4 hours now forming hidden bullish divergence. We have taken out this previous low on momentum while price is still making a higher low. And that to confirm that, we will need a close over 5.05%. And that will give us an easy target of somewhere between the simple moving average and the critical zone, which is about 5.25% to 5.54%. Zoom in. 2 hours also forming hidden bullish divergence, multiple drives that will confirm with the close over 5.04%. That will give us a target somewhere around 5.64%, very close to 5.5. Zoom in. Took out that low. What is that low here? So 2 days also forming hidden bullish divergence, and that will confirm with any close over 5.02%, giving us a target of the critical zone, which is at 6.16. Nothing. Nothing there. 5 days, very close to a silver cross. Likely, once that does confirm, you're going to get a nice little pump ski accompanying it into somewhere around that 6% zone. And that goes along with Bitcoin getting a very nice dump. 2 week invalidated the bearish divergence. You've hit the easy target, which is the bullish control zone. Volatility now getting expansion from 3 periods of 0%, and you're getting a bullish cross on the jewel in the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off. Right there. Take that one right there. Right there. Let's do this. All right. And we'll do one more. Come on. Oh, we don't have any more examples. So we'll call it there. These were all major bottoms on Tether. Initially about 9%, and then 18, 31, 50. This one more rapid, 29%, very close to 30, and then 38%, close to 40. And as of this moment, how much has Tether moved up? 12.8%. Let's take it about 30%. Brings us exactly to that 6% area. Very cool. Now let's bring it about 40 to 50%. 40% brings us to about 6.5%, and 50% brings us to about 7%. Those all line up with RSI divergence targets. Very interesting, because the critical zone right now sits somewhere around that 7% area. 5-day critical zone was in that 7% area as well. See, the 2-day the bullish divergence would give us target of the critical zone in that 6% area. Very interesting to see these. That would be a very nasty move to the downside on Bitcoin. 2 week zoom in, 2 week taking out every one of these previous lows. Right now, we are still making a higher low. That will confirm, giving us a possible hidden bullish divergence. That will confirm with the close over 5.26%. That'll give you a target of 6.29%. And monthly is now invalidated the bearish divergence, giving you a target of the neutral zone, which is currently at 5.82%. I go to Bitcoin. Nothing there. Zoom in. Nope, lower low, no possibility of bullish divergence. Nothing there either. Wow. Really no divergences on Bitcoin. 8 hours got some hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 106,225. Your next target off of that is going to be the neutral zone, which is currently at 114.5. It lines up with that bearish retest of somewhere around 114. Nothing there. Let's take out this high. Let's zoom in a little bit. Oops. Fuck. Okay, we did take out this previous high. Let's see if we made a lower high. This high is at, oh, we did indeed make a lower high. So this one was at 115,116, and this one is at 114,061, giving us now possibility of hidden bearish divergence. And this will confirm with any close below $109,056. That gives us an easy target of retesting this 108 area. And then the next level on that divergence is going to be this 200, which is currently at that $98,000 zone. 3-day invalidating the bullish divergence, giving us a target of the bearish control zone, which right now is at 1013. It kind of lines up with our 100 EMA. 5-day, let's go to the index. 5-day currently still has active bullish divergence. There's some hopium there, and that will be active as long as you're closing over 106,180. Next target on that divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which currently is at about 115.4, and then the bullish control zone is at 131. Volatility is now giving us expansion on the 5-day, getting over the moving average, very close to getting over our meme line as well. And this is, we're going to continue on this in the momentum chart because it is currently flipped down. Weekly still has bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 115.444. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which is now at 101. And weekly is giving you volatility expansion for many periods of 0%, but that bearish divergence. 2-week also has bearish divergence, will be active as long as you're closing below 116.55. Also at 2 periods of 0% volatility with that bearish cross on the jewel. Monthly forming 3 possible drives of bullish divergence between this point, and this point. And this will be confirmed with any close below 107.412. That gives you an easy target of this 21 EMA at that same $87,000 area. And volatility is now sitting at extreme lows alongside that possibility for 3 drives of bearish divergence. We'll go to momentum. All right. Daily momentum is currently freshly flipped down with a derp of death, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 114.5. Very interesting to see that area because that also lines up with the bearish retest of 114, which would only be a retest of your momentum pivot and will still maintain daily momentum to the downside. If you're a bear, you're hoping for that bearish retest right now because it gives you a much better entry on your short. And it provides a lot of liquidity on the long side to get taken out, further fuel to move down. 4 hours currently freshly flipped up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 106,500. Currently within the bearish control zone on this next projection, on this next open, you're projected to be at the edge of the bearish control zone. Very, very much ashamed that my 300x lottery ticket short got liquidated right at the bottom, and now it's bouncing. The market hunted me specifically. I had too much size. On the 2 hour, we are still flipped up with volatility firstly going into an expansion phase, and we are going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $109,100. Also lines up with the idea of a short-term bounce from here to tap somewhere around that 112 to 114 zone for a little bearish retest for a lower. Right now, we do have somewhat of a bastardized inverse head and shoulders right here. Confirms with the close over about that 100 EMA, 111.3-ish area. 2-day currently also freshly flipped up and will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 108,400. 5-day currently freshly flipped to the downside. We'll go to the index, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 120,800. With 5-day now very close to firing off that volatility setup. This closes tomorrow, and as long as momentum is price is closing below 120,800, and volatility confirms over that 15%, that will fire off a volatility setup to the downside. And wherever price is at that point, we likely will we have an 85% chance of a 25 to 35% move from that area. So if we were to just assume it expands from here and take it 25%, that brings us down to slightly below our $87,000 target at around $83,000. Very interesting. And then we bring it 35% just for funsies. That brings us to about $72,000, and 30-ish percent is roughly our March 2024 highs. It's all going to come down to tomorrow's close, whether this volatility setup confirms to the downside or not. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside, with volatility now starting to expand for many periods of 0%, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,250. You are currently forming possibility for hidden bullish divergence though, because you have taken out the previous low on momentum, while price is making a higher low from that low, and it will be making a higher low as long as you're closing over 108,296. Once you close below that area, there will no longer be possibility for that divergence. And to confirm that divergence, you just have to flip this back up, which is closing over 116,250. That'll take us back up to somewhere around 120, 122. 2-week also currently flipped to the downside with volatility at 2 periods of 0%, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 118,600 and you still have bearish divergence active. And the monthly is very close to flipping to the downside. This will flip down in 9 hours as long as you close below $115,000, $115,100, let's say. So now that you see that the monthly candle is closing in 9 hours, we're this far away from the pivot. Usually you get some fuckery in between then, in between the monthly candle closure. You get a little close to that pivot, getting people wondering if we're going to flip this or remain this to the upside, or we're going to flip it down. And we do have a bearish retest target somewhere around $114,000. Kind of gives you an idea that you might see a little bit of an aggressive move to the upside before today's daily close. Maybe get the bears a little scared, get around this pivot. And if we can close over this number, that'll tell us that we're very likely going to continue to see a bounce into somewhere around $120,000. Flip this to the downside, however, and maybe we'll see a little bit of a bearish retest or 114s. But from there, I do expect a pretty massive dumpski, and you're probably going to be hitting that bearish divergence target of the 21 EMA at 87,000 sooner rather than later. But to wrap it up, in the higher time frames, it is shifting more into the bear's favor now, with volatility at extreme lows. Monthly momentum is freshly about to flip to the downside. In 9 hours, it will flip down. And as long as we are closing below $115,000, flipping down on the monthly will confirm a bearish divergence on the stochastic, because we are making lower highs on momentum with price making higher highs. And that bearish divergence will have an easy target at that 21 EMA at about $87,000. On all of your medium-term time frames, you're also forming volatility setups. 2-week is at 0% volatility. Weekly is now starting to expand from that 0% volatility. 5-day is just on the edge of confirming a volatility setup at like 14.6 to 14.7%. Once we get over that 15% area and prices closing below 120,800, that will confirm a 5-day setup to the downside, and that gives us targets at a minimum somewhere around $83,000 to $87,000, which also lines up with our monthly bearish divergence target and lines up with our 2-week dual sell signal target, all giving us that $87,000 area in agreement. And whenever you have that many different setups giving you the same target, something to think about. On the low time frames, you're getting momentum flipping back up. The 4 hour is flipping back up, and assuming you can get a close over 111,300, that gives you targets of somewhere around 113 to 114.5 for the bearish retest. But as long as you're trading below the previous lower high in the 116s, more likely that it's just going to be a bearish retest before lower. Once you take out that 116 lower high, then you get a move into somewhere around 120 to 121, which, as long as you're closing below around 122, it is very likely that's also going to be a bearish retest before you end up sweeping these current lows. Invalidation for new all-time highs right now will be basically either getting a tick over our current all-time highs or getting a close over, let's see.
Well, the invalidation for the bearish retest, no? Because the invalidation for all-time highs can be all-time highs.
I mean, the invalidation for getting the sweep.
I gotcha.
And the invalidation for the move up of the bearish retest is going to be basically just losing our current low at 106,343.
Yeah.
Lose that one, and then we're likely just going to dump from there instead of going back up. And instead of getting the move down, we'll be taking out the all-time highs. We're getting a weekly close over 116.55. But right now, I'm taking a little bit of a move up, tap 113s, 114s, and assuming we close below 116.55, likely from there you're going to continue to see that dump.
Why, thank you, senor. Excelente. Now, next, and you guys can choose. Get ready. We got 4 FOUR and JPN 255, which is the Japanese index.
I think I'll do 4.
Yeah, I'll do JPN.
JPN 255.
255. I see 220.
Oh, JPN.
225, I'm sorry. Oh, Dure Crosa. 225.
Oh,
My bad.
you are very racist.
You're a very racist person. I don't like the racist.
Oh, you are very racist. Me too.
I'm getting flashbacks from Asia.
Oh, yes, you are. I hope they're good, the good ones, not the bad ones.
Yeah.
Here we go. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo la tabla diaria de Bitcoin y esto fue simplemente lo que estamos platicando anoche. Para empezar, tabla diaria, ¿qué estamos viendo en la última tendencia? Podemos ver que estamos dentro de una ligera tendencia alcista en Bitcoin y ya saben que esas banderitas para acá normalmente resultan en más caída, pero por ahora estamos esperando este rebote justamente como lo pusimos y lo comentamos en el Discord, sobre todo en la clase de ayer. Y ahora, esto es lo que estábamos esperando. Pum, acá abajo para arriba, hasta acá abajo para arriba. Estas fueron nuestras entradas, fue lo que hicimos tal cual, y acá arriba son $121,000. Está funcionando hasta ahora. La razón por la que agregué esta línea ayer en el en vivo de Elite Trading Academy, donde estábamos en clase, es porque les dije, la razón por la que mi stop loss está en 106.69 es porque Bitcoin es predatorio. Y esto es una nota importante para todos ustedes que están, bueno, los que estamos aprendiendo de trading en este momento, porque a Bitcoin, todas las acciones tienen diferentes patrones. Y a Bitcoin, antes de hacer un nuevo movimiento a la alza, le gusta llevarse el mínimo pasado, que normalmente eso te pone una tendencia bajista, pero a Bitcoin le vale pito. Es como funciona. Y cuando volteamos a ver rápido, ¿no? Les voy a enseñar cómo de otro lado. Apple es muy ordenado. Apple, por ejemplo, y este fue el ejemplo que les di ayer, tiene bajos más altos en toda la tabla. Toda la tabla, toda la tabla, toda la tabla, toda la tabla. Es como funciona. Apple es súper fácil, pero se mueve más lento. Otro que tradea como Bitcoin, Nvidia. A Nvidia le encanta hacer estas gatadas antes de hacer esto. Antes de que Jeff Bezos te dijera que se iba a ir que era una burbuja, hace esto Nvidia. Y eso te dice, va para arriba, güey. Todo, y esto es por lo que es importante, en mi opinión, cuando estás tradeando, es muy importante entender cómo se mueve el precio de lo que estás siguiendo. Porque no todo funciona igual, por más que tenemos las bases, ¿no? De cómo tradear en un curso de Zero a Trader. Eso funciona para que aprendas. Eso funciona para que entiendas el lenguaje y puedas aprender de quien quieras. Pero cada tabla tiene su propia racionalidad y su propio comportamiento. Y en esta, una vez más, justamente puse ayer, que es la tabla de Bitcoin una vez más. Déjenme, solamente estoy limpiando unos puntitos acá. Esta es una tabla diaria. Y ayer les dije, voy a usar este mínimo. El de acá, ¿ok? Y les voy a poner una línea en este momento para que lo vean. Y dije, porque Bitcoin definitivamente, si va a venir a hacer una gatada, la va a venir a hacer a esta vela. No va nada más a hacer, ay, toma, y qué bonito, nos salió perfecto. No, venía a hacer esta gatada y lo fue a hacer. Se llevó este mínimo y a todos los stop losses que todo el mundo tenía acá, pero no el nuestro. Y ahora estamos justamente en este momento entrando en el rango. Una vez más, ¿de qué se trata trading? Encontrar el rango en el que el precio se está moviendo. Si eres de los primeros en encontrarlo, vas a tener toda la ventaja de disfrutar de las ganancias de todo el rango. Y es lo que hemos estado haciendo. Este rango, una vez más, existe gratis en el Discord para todos ustedes, para que lo tengan ahí. Compras, vendes, compras, vendes. Ahorita la gente que compró acá puede tranquilamente vender en 10,700 y ya todos estamos en mega ganancias, lo sé porque estoy dentro. Y estoy viendo, hay varios de ustedes que todavía tuvieron la oportunidad de entrar más abajo con una mejor invalidación, ¿no? Y eso fue tremendo. Entonces los veo acá, están tradeando inteligentemente. Y ahora, para mí, yo normalmente me salgo cuando llego a puntos de fricción, cuando llego a partes de esta línea. Cada una de estas líneas, me gusta. Pero en este trade entré con más poco apalancamiento, más volumen de dinero para poder aguantarlo, a ver si me da esto, que lo que yo estoy esperando es chopeo, todo esto, bla, 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 y eventualmente llegar acá. Eso es lo que yo he estado esperando. ¿Por qué? Se los he dicho varias veces. Y perdón que me repita, voy a ver y estoy jugando la teoría de que para el 10 de noviembre vamos a llegar a esta línea en los 120 y para el 15 de diciembre vamos a estar en los 97. Todo el mundo espera que todos sus trades ocurran de la noche a la mañana. Yo no. Yo ya les dije. ¿Cómo piensa la gente que hace un chingo de dinero? No tiene que ser paciente, simplemente sabe que toma tiempo. La paciencia no existe cuando sabes que toma tiempo. Entonces, por eso que no estoy acá como loco. Ahora, esto puede completamente simplemente llegar acá y caerse, puede llegar acá y caerse, puede llegar acá y caerse, puede llegar acá y caer, o puede llegar al objetivo y caer, ¿no? Pero lo que nosotros pensamos viendo las tablas, solamente para darle a la gente que quiere entrar rápido y ver qué es lo que está pasando y salirse, es, vamos a hacer justamente esto para después caer. Sea el movimiento aquí y caer, sea el movimiento aquí y caer, sea el movimiento aquí y caer, sea el movimiento aquí y caer. Esto aquí para todos ustedes. Mi take profit de 120 es muy optimista. 869 es lo que tengo. Es muy optimista y tiene bastante riesgo. Pero ahora ya puedo subir mi stop loss. En vez de estar aquí abajo para ser eliminado, lo voy a poner para mí aquí, que es donde tengo mi break-even más o menos, a la parte baja de estas velas. Pero no lo voy a hacer hoy yo, todavía, porque todavía puede jugar en el rango. Entonces todavía estoy continuando con un riesgo alto en mi trade, pero todos ustedes se pueden echar tranquilos, poner su stop loss acá y disfrutar de lo que sea, ¿no? Y si se los llega a llevar, pues bueno, güey, ya hiciste una lana, como sea. Pero yo todavía lo voy a jugar porque una vez más, este es un trade, para mí, un swing trade grande. No, ¿cómo se llama? No voy a hacer mi tradicional, voy a vender en putiza. Ahora, los movimientos dentro de este movimiento grande los voy a jugar con mucho más apalancamiento, como se debe, como el tío Salo y degenerado de ETA, y esos serán diferentes trades. Dentro de esto, donde haya arriba, para abajo, movimientos chicos y yo puedo aprovechar con estas zonas de fricción. Pero para mí, y esto es donde ustedes tienen que tener su propio criterio, ¿dónde voy a vender? ¿En esta línea, en esta línea, en esta línea, en esta línea, en esta línea? O esperar a máximos históricos, ¿no? Cualquiera de ellas. Entonces, eso es lo que estamos viendo el día de hoy. Ya por fin voy a borrar esto. Creo que el punto ha sido probado de lo que estamos haciendo por acá y el por qué. Simplemente para que entiendan el contexto, da igual, no se trata de, güey, estamos bien. No, es para que entiendan por qué hacemos lo que hacemos, para que puedan mejorar sus técnicas de trading. Ahora voy a abrir el índice, pero voy a abrir el índice separado para no tener esos dibujitos pendejos. Tenemos acá nuestro rango muy bien diseñado. Lo voy a quitar también, no creo que les interese tener el rango a ustedes por acá. Bien, y voy a borrar esta chingadera que no sé qué sea. Vámonos. Ok, pueden ver que en temporadas altas Bitcoin como la trimestral está en una tendencia alcista. Todavía ni siquiera retesteamos el promedio del 5 desde la vela de abril, que fue la caída de los aranceles por los aranceles que cobra Bitcoin. Pero volteando a ver a nuestro amado Bitcoin en nuestra tabla trimestral, podemos ver que tenemos este tipo de acción, donde ves, estás en una bandera bajista, en un canal bajista, da completamente igual, no tiene nada que ver con nada. Lo único que importa de ver volatilidad, esto es nuestro índice de volatilidad que utilizamos, nuestro indicador de volatilidad, se llama BBWP y de nuevo lo encuentras acá gratis, es Indicators, le picas acá y pones acá BBWP, que es este, Bollinger Band with Percentile, y ese es lo que estoy usando. Cada que Bitcoin encuentra uno de estos fondos, es literalmente cuando se da la vuelta para arriba, ponte tú, acá en julio 16, antes del super pompazo hasta el 2017, 2018, ¿se acuerdan? Eso fue el mercado sube, el precio de Bitcoin sube cabrón. Cada que vienes acá abajo, el precio de Bitcoin sube cabrón. Esta fue julio del 2020. ¿Qué pasó después del 2020? Llegamos a altos históricos en $69,000. ¿Qué es? Octubre del 2023. ¿Qué pasó después de octubre del 2023? El cero de Hamas que nos llevó a altos mega históricos y es donde estamos. Pero también tiene el otro lado inverso, que es lo que yo he estado viendo y lo que me puso a mí en alerta. Cada que tenemos una sesión por debajo del promedio, es el tope del mercado. Octubre del 2021, abril del 2018 y acá, octubre del 2025. Si esto llega a cerrar tal cual, y una vez más, falta un chingo de tiempo para que cierre esto. Esto es lo difícil de usar estos indicadores que toman tanto tiempo, que por cierto, son públicos para todo el mundo lo está viendo, pero no sé por qué nadie habla de esto. Esto acá que estamos viendo puede ser que nos esté, si confirma tal cual, en dos meses y un día, nos está diciendo que ya vimos el tope en Bitcoin. Eso es literalmente lo que nos estaría contando esta tabla. Así que muy importante tenerlo en mente. Estamos esperando un estilo blow up top igualito de potente que este, pero no parece que se vaya a dar. Parece que se está dando esto. Y ahora, simplemente eso. Aunque tengas todo esto alcista, puedes ver cómo tienes divergencias bajistas. Pum, 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 ¿no? Porque esto va para abajo, esto va para arriba. Entonces, simplemente anotarlo y tenerlo en mente. Ahora les voy a poner el HPDR para que puedan disfrutar de tontería y media. Dejen que cargue. Denme 50 minutos, listo. Y ahora déjenme pelearme con esto por 30 minutos. Deme otros 50 minutos, por favor. Pueden ver que en el HPDR habíamos estado testeando la media en la zona azul y ahora, después de abril, fuimos para arriba a la zona azul a intentar testearla y no pudimos llegar en julio. Y ahora la vela de octubre abre por debajo del 50%, rechaza y va cayendo. Siguiente objetivo a la baja debería ser nuestro EMA 5, que está en 101,600. Segundo objetivo a la baja, el EMA 9, que está en $83,000. Y de no aguantar el 61.8% en los 73. Voy a poner atención a esto porque la última vez que llegamos al fondo en octubre del 2022 fue al 100%. Nuestro 100% está en $20,000 en este momento. No le estoy diciendo que eso sea una garantía ni tampoco lo estoy poniendo en mi teoría. Si ustedes me han seguido por un rato, saben, cuando me digan ahorita, ¿hasta dónde crees que pueda llegar Bitcoin aquí abajo? Les digo, tengo que ver de acuerdo a cómo se porta el mercado y cómo salen las noticias. Porque no tiene un precio, lo que tiene es cómo funcionan los mercados. Es una vez que hacen a todo el mundo creer una cosa, por ejemplo, Bitcoin nunca va a bajar, es cuando te tiran todo Bitcoin. Cuando te hacen pensar que Bitcoin nunca más va a volver a subir, es cuando lo suben. No se trata del precio, se trata del sentimiento. ¿Ok? Más que todo. Entonces vamos a ir paso a paso. No tenemos prisa. Para empezar, no nos hemos llevado el 101. Entonces no vamos a pensar en nada para abajo y mucho menos el 83. Entonces tranquilos por ahora. Ahora, de romper tu máximo histórico, deberías de tener posibilidad de ir a la alza en esta tabla. Y esta tabla va a cerrar en 2 días, en Halloween. En 2 meses. Esta es la trimestral. Todavía le queda. De poder romper altos históricos, deberíamos de ir a 176, que ya llevan 3 años que cantaron que fue lo que ocurrió, porque recuerdo cuando me falló mi predicción de Bitcoin a la baja, que eran 12 o digamos $6,000. 6,000 y llegó a 15,000, me falló por, ¿qué es? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, me falló por $9,000. Dijeron que la gente que dijo $180,000 estaba en lo correcto y solamente les ha fallado por $60,000 más o menos. Pero bueno, recuerden, siempre, 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 siempre recuerden que fui el imbécil que dijo eso. Siempre, para que no me copien en nada de lo que hago, los profesionales son Farhan y Alex. Ahora, mensual. Mensual vamos a empezar con volatilidad porque volatilidad nos dice que viene el movimiento más potente en toda la historia. Es importante notar esto. Esto dice, cuando tienes la volatilidad más baja de toda la que has visto en toda la tabla, te está diciendo que aquí va a venir el movimiento, bueno, no es asegurado, pero la probabilidad del movimiento más grande de Bitcoin en toda la historia está aquí. ¿A la baja o a la alza? No sabemos, no vamos a jugar esa, no sabemos. Por ahora, lo que estamos viendo es que venimos a la media nos rechaza. Bueno, hicimos un pre-front run, eso quiere decir que corrimos a ella, pero no la tocamos y no tocamos los 127, 425 y nos rechazó por adelantado. Y desde entonces hemos estado cayendo. El promedio del 5 mensual, ahora esta vela va a cerrar en 8 horas, ¿ok? Que es Halloween, es hoy. No mames, ¿hoy es Halloween? Wow, qué pendejo soy. Aparte, ¿no? Pero también es Halloween hoy. Wow, qué tonto soy. Ok. Vemos que tenemos el promedio del 5 justamente acá, estamos por debajo de. Nuestro pivote mensual está en los 115,500, lo que me hace, de momentum, lo que me hace pensar que hoy mismo podríamos jugar con esa zona de los 115,500. Ahora, esto no tiene nada que ver con técnica, con tecnicalidad, ¿no? De nada. Lo estoy diciendo con la idea conspiranoica, que es la que yo manejo todo el tiempo que hago estos trades. Y eso quiere decir que tiene que confundir a todos los traders. Tienes que. Entonces hay una probabilidad alta, en mi opinión, de que hoy mismo, antes de este cierre en 8 horas y 44 minutos, vayamos a 115. Y cerremos por debajo para después subir, validar el momentum volviéndose bajista, subes en una trampa para los alcistas y luego caes. Eso es lo que va de acuerdo a mi plan y lo que va de acuerdo a mi teoría de los wicazos que hemos estado viendo. ¿Ok? Por ahora, Bitcoin está en una tendencia alcista pintando un doji, porque tenemos bajos más altos en todas estas temporalidades mensuales y tenemos, simplemente estamos en la zona azul, esperando a ver si podemos hacer un nuevo alto histórico. Por ahora, por debajo del promedio del 5 y llegando, nuestro objetivo en el promedio del 9 serían $102,000, que coincide con nuestro trimestral del 5. Y la parte baja de la zona azul en 90 o el promedio del 21 en 86, que coincide con nuestro promedio del 9 trimestral. ¿Ok? 2 semanas también quiero empezar con volatilidad porque también tenemos un movimiento potente esperando, calentándose por acá. Cuando tienes nula volatilidad, una vez más, es que te va a dar un movimiento bastante brusco. Te lo tienes en la mensual, lo tienes en la de 2 semanas, lo tienes en la semanal y ahorita vamos a llegar a ello. Entonces acá también nos dice que viene un movimiento brusco. Estamos por debajo de nuestro promedio del 9, que está en los 113, 114 esencialmente, y nuestro promedio del 5, que está ahí cerquitita. De perder la parte baja de la zona azul que estamos aguantando en este momento, deberíamos de ir a visitar los $104,000. De poder vencer, en teoría, todavía nos quedan 2 semanas, básicamente 9 días y 9 horas para esta vela de 2 semanas. Poder romper los 113,900 nos daría probabilidades de ir a los $138,000. Y no voy a ir más arriba de eso, estamos jugando estos rangos, no tiene sentido que lo hagamos. Semanal pueden ver también todos los periodos de nula volatilidad desde que caímos por debajo del promedio que fue en julio del 2025. Estamos posteando todo esto, lo que nos dice una vez más, movimiento fuerte. Ahora, tenemos justamente la media acá en los 123,657. Estamos a 2 días, 9 horas de cerrar. Nos está rechazando el promedio del 9, 114, el promedio del 5, 114,500. Por ese rango entre 114,500 y 115,500 es donde yo creo que vamos a ir el día de hoy, vamos a ver, o hasta el fin de semana. Pero yo creo que el día de hoy sería lo más culero de todo, porque eso haría que todo el mundo se pregunte qué es lo que va a pasar, más que entender que es bajista. De poder vencer los 115 una vez más, vas a 123. De perder los 108,883, vas a los 106,700. Y de ahí al 50% en 103, hasta tu promedio del 55 en los 99 o el 61,8%, que es más probable en los 97. Continúa apareciendo este número de los 97, 98, que es lo que todo el mundo está esperando ya ahorita. Por eso también continúo con mi teoría que tenemos que ir para arriba antes que ir para abajo. 5 días. 5 días también nos da un setup a punto de reventar de volatilidad, pero lo he estado haciendo por un rato, está jode y jode. Esto vamos a ver, por ahora, si fuera a reventar, ¿no? Que es la última vela, sería bajista. Y normalmente este setup nos da movimientos de entre 25 y 35%. Vamos a mamar que ahorita va para arriba, ¿no? Todos los alcistas tenían razón. 35% nos llevaría a $150,000. Ahora aquí todos los bajistas tienen razón, 35% nos llevaría a $71,000. Ahora 25%. 25% nos lleva a 140, a la baja $82,000, ¿no? Para que tengan una idea de mínimo, solamente este movimiento de 5 días. Olvídense la mensual de la de 2 semanas. Esta tabla de 5 días, ¿ok? Lo que estaríamos buscando acá en la de 5 días es poder romper, una vez más, falta un día y 9 horas, los 115,200, el mismo punto pivote en la mensual, que sería alcista. Y esto, de poder vencerlo, te debería en teoría de llevar y dar la posibilidad de venir a los $130,000. Ahora atentos, seguimos teoría de vela, tenemos una vela topera de 5 días e instantáneamente tienes confirmación con esta vela y te dio más confirmación con esta otra vela. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que oficialmente esta vela topera te está mandando para abajo y funcionó perfectamente. Y lo que estamos viendo son retesteos bajistas hasta ahora. Tres días, pueden ver, teníamos volatilidad a la alza, a la bajada, y ahora tienes volatilidad a la alza en la subida. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Recuerden que la volatilidad no nada más te empuja a una dirección, puede ser de las dos o simplemente una. Esto es por lo que tienes que monitorear todas estas cosas. Estamos entrando en la zona azul, en la tabla de 3 días. Si podemos romper los $113,000, deberíamos de poder ir a los 118. 118 es donde está la media, y de poder romper la media en 118 y empezar a cerrar por ahí, deberíamos de ir a los $130,000. La cosa es, esta tabla de 3 días acaba de literalmente cerrar ayer y ahora está abriendo. Entonces faltan 2 días y 9 horas. Vamos a la de harina. Diaria, volatilidad contrayendo, preparando el setup de volatilidad que vemos en todas las otras temporalidades, ¿no? Entonces, por ahora no tenemos nada y vamos a estar al tanto. Importante en la diaria, estamos tocando el SMA 200 y jugando, toqueteándolo, jugando con él. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, lo que nos dice cada retesteo del promedio del 9 debería de ser bajista. Una oportunidad, pero lo hemos retesteado ya una vez. Eso quiere decir que deberíamos de ir al 21 o hasta el 55 en los $113,000. De poder romper los 113, deberíamos de poder venir a los 117. Y de poder romper los 117, deberíamos de venir al 61.8%, por ahí de los $121,000. Si no, los 119, 244, el 50%, si es que se llega a dar esto. Entonces, para resumirles esto de manera bastante sencilla, que es lo que vemos nosotros, ¿no? Déjenme borro todas estas pendejadas, no sé qué sean. Es el índice de Bitcoin, ¿no? Por eso no sé qué sean estas cosas. No sé hace cuánto tiempo no pinto en él. Es más, soy un imbécil. Los voy a traer a mi gráfico. Pueden ver perfectamente cómo funciona. Una vez más, pueden copiar los niveles. Aquí están. Del lado derecho los ponen las líneas. Por ahora, estamos viendo básicamente hasta dónde viene el rebote. Tienes un bajo, bueno, tienes este alto, este bajo, este alto, este bajo, este alto, este bajo. Y ahora lo que nos toca es entender dónde va a ser el siguiente alto. ¿No? Va a ser acá, acá, acá o acá. Ya saben perfectamente cómo lo veo yo. Ustedes pueden tener el criterio suficiente para tomar sus trades, si lo tomaron aquí abajo, y decir voy a vender en los 110,700, voy a vender en los 112,100, voy a vender en los 116,100, voy a vender en los 117,800 o voy a vender en los 121. O voy a ir a alto histórico. Ya chingué y acá esta tendencia es alcista, la diaria. Aunque vimos que todas las tendencias menos la trimestral ya se están volviendo bajistas en Bitcoin. Mínimo la diaria y corta temporalidad nos dice que tenemos posiblemente una continuación de esta bandera bajista para después ir a comer mierda, y eso también le pega a nuestro bias, y es lo que estamos viendo en tablas de momentum, en lo que estamos viendo con volatilidad y pues todo lo que estamos viviendo en este momento en la tabla. Voy a llevarlo rápido a la dominancia de Bitcoin. Vamos a ver cómo vamos con esto. Dominancia de Bitcoin también está pintándoles en la diaria un setup de volatilidad potente que no vemos desde marzo del 2025. Todos ustedes saben qué pasó en marzo del 2025. Y tenemos este Wicazo, que es lo que nos da teoría de Wicazos. Eso quiere decir que deberíamos de venir mínimo a buscar esto. este nivel de los 63 al 64%. Para mí el 64% está casi garantizado y podríamos ir más arriba al 67%. Cada que te da estos wikazos, normalmente acabas de ese lado más alto, solamente toma tiempo. La dominancia de Bitcoin es alcista. Ahora, que la dominancia de Bitcoin sea alcista y siempre solamente repetirlo para la gente que sea nueva acá, no quiere decir que Bitcoin va a ser alcista. Quiere decir, y puede ser, ¿no? Que si Bitcoin es alcista, la dominancia de Bitcoin sube y eso quiere decir que Bitcoin está corriendo en lo que las altcoins no están corriendo, ¿no? Esa es una. La segunda opción de esta subida sería que Bitcoin está cayendo y las altcoins están cayendo mucho más. Entonces la gente prefiere perder menos y quedarse en Bitcoin en vez de las altcoins, ¿no? Eso es lo que puede decir. ¿Cuándo viene lo que les prometen todo el mundo en cripto del mercado alcista de los altcoins? Vamos a ver, vamos a analizar eso, ¿no? Porque, güey, es que qué cabrón que no haya habido un mercado alcista de altcoins. No ha habido un mercado alcista de altcoins, ¿no? Qué horror, qué feo. Vamos a ver Solana desde el fondo. Un segundo, ese no es el fondo de Solana. ¿Qué estoy hablando, cabrón? Vamos a ver desde el fondo de Solana cuánto hemos subido para ver qué poquito hemos tenido la oportunidad. A máximos históricos, solamente Solana subió un 3,273% desde el mercado bajista del 2022. Entonces, no, pues no hay altcoins. Uf, qué horror. Qué horror, ¿eh? Vamos a ver XRP. ¿Cuánto subió desde el mercado bajista del 2022? Ese es 2020. Vamos a poner 2022, que es justamente acá. Solamente subió 1,142%. A ver cuándo llega este mercado de altcoins. Chingada madre. Así que la decepción del planeta, ¿no? Ethereum, que desde el 2022, que fue acá, no, 2021 fue cuando Ethereum fue el primero en hacer fondo. ¿Esto es Ethereum? No, esto es Ethereum Bitcoin, por eso no tenía sentido lo que estaba viendo. Aquí abajo, no, ese es abril del 2025, perdón, diciembre del 2022, junio del 2022. Solamente hizo un 455%, solamente un 4X, la que a peor le fue. Ojalá llegue este alt season que nos está prometiendo todo el mundo. Ojalá, estaría buenísimo. O podría ser la dilución de que en vez de 20,000 monedas existen 20 millones. ¿No? Ahí lo tienen. No tenemos que hacerse las cansadas. Bitcoin es más bajista que alcista, pero en corta temporalidad es más alcista que bajista. Primero para arriba y luego para abajo. Esa es la idea de lo que estamos diciendo. Y ahora, eso es en términos, si lo están viendo en mi tabla, cabrones, donde les pongo el 10 de noviembre, yo espero tocar esos 120. Todavía faltan 10 días. No va a pasar de la noche a la mañana. Y espero que después de esto, en 35 días, estemos en la zona por ahí de los 97. Una vez más, esto solamente está basado en mi teoría de wikazos. Ya estoy adelantándome muchísimo a esto y honestamente estoy jugando un juego que ninguno de ustedes debería de jugar. Es básicamente esto. Cada que hacemos esto, tenemos este tipo de precio de movimientos, ¿no? Es literalmente solo eso. Y que lo vemos también en el peso mexicano, que es otro excelente ejemplo. Cuando llegamos a estos 18, que volvió a caer, después de este wicazo, nos dijo vámonos al pito, pero no es cierto, vámonos para arriba. Y está en una tendencia alcista el peso haciendo, el dólar contra el peso haciendo bajos más altos para poder continuar a la alza. Así que, pues sí, es como la vemos, es lo que estamos viendo en este momento en los Bitcoins. Y pues vámonos a la que sigue, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver exactamente dónde podemos salirnos de nuestro trade, Mr. Shiva. What do you got for us? Japan. Oh, the JPN 225.
Yeah, the index, pretty insane. She's been on an absolute tear since really the April low. Or I guess this was formed in March. Bottomed on April and then just started to move up only. You know, we often see with these very bullish charts, you don't often long on higher high breaks. It doesn't make sense. You rather just wait to see a move down, mean reversion move down, giving you a macro higher low. That's honestly the easiest way to play these. And what we have here is on July, really the high of July in 2024, we're going to use that area as a major spot of support. often in very bullish charts like what we've seen with gold, you'll form these highs, you'll then start moving down. It's not till you break out and actually flip into support, the wick highs and SR flip, where you actually get breakout moves. And even here, this worked out pretty well, catching the extremity lows on these major moves down that just happened. You go to the weekly, you can see it. Not the cleanest chart, and actually the volatility here is pretty insane. I was observing it. It wants to load. Why is it not going to load? Oh, there we go.
Just give it 30.
The weekly volatility, I mean. Yeah, basically.
I don't know if you saw,
insane.
but yesterday AWS was having problems too.
Oh, well, yeah. So they've just been having problems, it seems like, because I remember Coinbase was down, I think, last week. But my point being is this chart's pretty insane. If we go to the 5-day, which I honestly, I guess another year shouldn't have flip-flopped. Okay, there we go. The 5-day, though, is interesting because really, if you measure these out, they're pretty dramatic moves down that then got bought up right at the meme line before moving up slowly. Happened twice. And what you notice on these moves, really the wick lows were basically the same. This one ever so slightly took out the last one. So very predatory chart, but watching on the 5-day, really the SMA 200 held, got back above the EMA 100, slowly moved up, consolidated above, giving you a buy trigger before the breakout upwards around that $42,000 region. For me now, I really wouldn't be playing this chart. To me, it's hitting extremes on the 5-day. HBDR really doesn't even offer us much. You're in the extreme zones on the 5-day on all aspects. And when you go even higher, it gets pretty absurd. You see the weekly is about to almost hit the 100%. You go to even the monthly, that doesn't really offer you much. So really, I mean, it's better to just wait, watch, and see where all these shift into November. For me, though, you really should just be playing the EMA 5 on a chart like this on the higher time frame. Very often, that just gives you the easy trade. You can even see the monthly, every single month has hit the EMA 5. And even when you broke out, you were very far from the EMA 5. You did eventually come down, retest it. You moved up, it rejected. And then once you lost the EMA 5 is when you started to go down to the 9. So here we can at least gauge this EMA 5 right now is at 45,269 for the culture. What I'd like to do is let's look at last month's wick high, draw a line there. Let's go to the weekly. Load. Right, and so with the weekly, you can see this region here, once it got back above is when you start to move up. 3 weeks of up only. I would be gauging this as a range. So you see here the weekly 9 has moved to that 47,190 region essentially, which is bullish. You're now just going past the last monthly wick high, which is good. But you'd want to just see this area hold right into the $46,000 region. If it doesn't hold, you're going to get a dramatic drop down to the 44,000 to maybe even that 42,400 region. It's very crucial though that you hold above 42,400. As you've seen here, like I said, flipping previous wick highs into support is bullish, but when you start falling back into this range, that's when it's a really big cause of concern, because in this range, you've seen major moves down that have been pretty dramatic. When you're hitting a 5-day extreme read on BBWP in the extreme zone on HBDR, you're on the weekly here, you see you're hitting an extreme read that really hasn't occurred in multiple years since 2020. You do have to not be extremely greedy here. And if you are really bigly up, I would take some home and just simply watch that monthly EMA 5, because even the 2 days in higher high. So even the most aggressive bulls would be gauging some kind of higher low around here. You've been noticing the higher lows are caught either on the 5 or even the 9. And this just shows how bullish this chart has been. You could just simply play the 5 and the 9, essentially all the way up. And it really hasn't lost it. You lost it here, and it went to the 21. But really, that was, the only occurrence when you lost it since this breakout. So let's check the daily. Daily, is also up there. Could potentially go up and print an extreme read, potentially. But even on the daily, you're hitting 97.5%, and you have a higher high, and you have a gap to the downside. So, more reasons on why most likely you should not be longing up here. You should be watching for the higher time frames to close. You're going to get some pretty solid closings. And so if you did end up breaking out, closing a really good bi-monthly, slowly started to move down into that $42,000 region, it still would be quite bullish. And really, honestly, bulls are just looking for this region to just hold. As long as this holds, that's just a nice buy. But really, you just don't want to be the person longing after a 24% bi-monthly candle closing today. Doesn't really make too much sense. And even here, you're almost at the 88.3%, sitting at 53,474. So really, this is just not the spot to be longing at all. So I would not be longing this at all. I would be waiting, watching, sitting on my hands, understanding the monthly 5 has been tested. Really, this entire breakout just been tested. So we use that same idea, use the 5, and specifically last month's high, draw a meme line, use that as a new range, lose that last month's high, you get dailies back under that wick high. Okay, you can make an argument then to maybe go down to that 42,800 region, maybe 43,000. But as I showed on the bi-monthly, that still would be bullish. This still would be a higher low. And really, you haven't had that much data above this wick high. So the more you consolidate above, the stronger the case becomes for bulls, because they can actually shut off all of this volatility on the daily, 5-day, weekly, 2-week, monthly, and potentially get a whole new setup with a whole new range formed. So more of a wait and watch chart now. Pretty insane that it's been this strong. Would not expect the volatility up or down to occur from this index, but then again, this is like my first time viewing it. So
yes, indeed, crazy how fucking strong it is right now. But yeah, like you're saying, if you're there already and have like a nice chunky profit, doesn't look like you should stay there.
Because we've seen these charts before, it just seems like it'll only go up. Aklo went down. Gold does get the retests. And other charts I can't remember, but you always see these. They always move just super fast, super bullish. They hit extremes on everything. It looks really bad. You maybe get one more week of upside in the extremes. That gets everyone trapped because it's just up only. And then you do get an aggressive pullback. And we can't act like this chart hasn't gotten aggressive pullbacks. We measured out, I believe it was 10% weekly moves down on that wick. So just, not really the best.
20% move down on that one. On this one was just one candle.
Yeah,
25% down.
It's terrible.
Seems like the flavor is like 25% average. 34, but this was 2008. No, this was 2020. Yeah, it's 25% average. So where would that put us right now? Just for curiosity.
You hit that 20% down to right. Well, it's just near the bi-monthly 9. So
yep.
Actually,
yeah. Even on the quarterly. Yeah. Pretty
really
good. Damn. Tesla's next for you, sir.
Okay, cool.
Thank you. Estamos viendo el Japan 225, que es un índice que aparece en el 2014, mínimo desde cuando tenemos información. Estamos haciendo una tendencia mega alcista. Déjenme ver algo rapidísimo. Parallel channels. Sí, debería ser así. Puedes ver que está rompiendo a la alza este canal, o sea, es demasiado alcista el precio en este momento. Lo interesante de este índice es que normalmente todos estos movimientos te los da a, ¿cómo se dice? Puedes ver acá, déjenme pongo mis líneas tal cual. Le gusta hacer básicamente lo mismo. Subes, caes, subes, caes. Y todas las caídas son como de 25%. Y las subidas, que es lo que no conté, vamos a ver, de acá, acá, 45%. De acá, acá, 64%. De acá, acá, 89%. Parece que están las subidas subiendo, ¿no? De aquí a acá, 38%. Si lo quieres tomar hasta acá, no lo tomaría yo hasta acá, sería 77%. ¿Y ahora dónde estamos en esto? 70%, 73%. Estás a punto de llegar entrando al punto más alto de todo esto. Tienes volatilidad en extremos también, una tendencia alcista bastante clara para todos ustedes, lo pueden ver acá. Y si estás tradeando esto, mi estimado, y ya te fue buena ganancia, estás cerca de donde está el fin. Ahora, no tenemos idea exactamente cuándo vaya a ocurrir, pero puedes ver acá volatilidad viniendo el punto más bajo en toda la historia de la tabla. Te está dando este movimiento llegando a extremos. Esto puede, por supuesto, continuar, pero también revertir y regresar simplemente a retestear la zona de los 40,000. Está en 52,392. Es demasiado alcista, no hay dónde entrar ahorita. Literalmente alcista, 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 con volatilidad expandiendo a la alza. 2 semanas que nos dice, estás ya llegando a extremos en la de 2 semanas. La última vez que llegaste a extremos fue en el 2020. Entonces han pasado casi 6 años desde entonces. Semanal también estás en extremos de volatilidad. Y la última vez que en la semanal te dio extremos de volatilidad una vez más fue el 2020, ante la caída. Vamos a ver la de 3 días. Estás a punto de llegar a extremos también, volatilidad expandiendo desde acá abajo. Continúa en una tendencia alcista, por supuesto. Y a esta cosa le gusta hacer lo que Bitcoin, ¿eh? Bajo, un bajo más bajo y vámonos para arriba. Y acá en la diaria tienes volatilidad entre expandiendo y contrayendo. Estás literalmente con muchísima fuerza continuando a la alza. ¿Y dónde podrías entrar si te gustaría entrar en esto? Yo personalmente me gustan las buenas correcciones. Y esto no ha corregido bien. De acá a acá, ¿cuánto fue? 7% nada más. Esto no ha corregido, ha estado en una tendencia alcista potente ¿desde cuándo? Desde acá. Abril. No, es que los aranceles fue lo que le cayó muy mal. Acá es donde tenemos que poner atención. Para mí, tío, yo no toco esto hasta que entres acá. Es demasiado lo que ha subido eso. Y eso solamente sería una corrección de acuerdo al promedio de 22%. El promedio de correcciones es de 25%, que sería 39,000. ¿Dónde ahora quieres jugártela y continuar agregando a tu posición? El último lugar donde hubo un intercambio de manos importante fueron los 49,628 y el de antes de eso, acá, en los 45,000. Otro, aquí abajo, en los 43, 48, etcétera. Pero, o sea, estás en extremos. Si ya llevas acá un rato, yo me salgo. No le haría un short porque es difícil saber cuándo va a llegar al tope. Pero no me voy a quedar acá esperando como pendejo a que me quiten todas mis ganancias. Si ya tienes buenas ganancias. Y reentradas, de nuevo, no voy a tocar esto yo personalmente hasta los 40,800. No tendría sentido. Y no ha venido a retestear ninguna vez la zona de breakout. ¿Cuándo fue la última vez que salimos del SMA 200? Junio del 2025, que fue cuando lo perdimos. O sea, no has venido a retestear eso desde junio del 2025, que fue de verdad tu zona de breakout. Eso para mí es todo. No estoy diciendo que sea bajista. Estoy diciendo que probablemente haga esto, no sé hasta dónde, esa es la cosa, y después tenga una corrección importante. Es lo que estoy diciendo. Y es lo que está diciendo Alex, más bien. Yo solamente estoy traduciendo porque recuerden, yo soy un viejito que hace videos de coches y ni siquiera sé de coches, entonces menos de esto. Pero ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Esto es lo que ve gran Alex en la tabla del JPN 225. All right, Mr. Farjano, let's go with 4, 3, 2. I'm sorry for the joke.
5, 4, 3. I was gonna make that one too.
Glad I beat you to it so that you don't look stupid.
I was gonna throw out my own Theo joke.
Yeah.
Let's type in 4. Just like how they yell when they're playing golf. 4.
I don't understand. Those
Me neither.
golfers.
I don't know what it means.
Kid. Yeah. Why
All
can
I
you say,
know is
watch
you gotta
out?
go 4. Is
What
that
about
it's
watch
for?
out? Is watch out too good for you? Are
Yeah,
you
it's
too good
gonna
for
say,
watch out?
Yuck.
Any of those, I'll take them.
But 4? I hear 4 and I don't know to duck. I get hit in the head and die.
Yeah, same. 4 for what? Boom, dead. Excellent.
4 sandwiches, 4 bitches.
God knows. Maybe.
So the monthly is about to freshly break down on this thing, losing 38.2%. We have been closing below the 38.2% for about since August. I don't know how many months it's been since August, but every single time we've come back up to the 38.2%, it's just been a bearish retest and a continuation of the dump. We have just now broken the previous wick low, and since we have broken that wick low, what's more likely to happen, I think, along with the close of below the 38.2%, is a little bit of a bearish retest for people to think that they've caught a swing failure pattern, come back up, retest this 55 EMA somewhere around $73, maybe slightly higher to somewhere around $76, $77, but that area will, whatever move you get into this area will likely just be a bearish retest, opportunity zone for a short, for the next move down to retest somewhere around this $57 to like $55 zone. Likely we'll get another bounce in that zone as well, taking out a previous major low, but that one, that bounce, just like this one here, will likely lead into another failure. And momentum is close to breaking out of the bearish control zone now for a little bit of a mean reversion bounce. There is no possibility for bullish divergence though, because you are forming lower lows on momentum while you're making lower lows on price, with volatility now expanding. 2 weeks also lining up with somewhat of a bounce zone. You're getting very extreme on momentum, with volatility getting very extreme as well, getting below the 88.3%, in somewhere in the 90% range on the HPDR. Probabilities are against continuation from this area. Maybe you come down to somewhere around 63 to 59, 60 bucks. Highly unlikely you go below that area though, or at least you close below that area. What's more likely between the zone is a little bit of a mean reversion to maybe somewhere around that $70, $75 target. Weekly is also positioned to the downside, getting to very extreme areas in the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding. Jules giving you a sell signal with the pink below the yellow, but this is happening below the bullish control zone, and you are a good amount down from that confirmation of that cross. It crossed right over here, and you're currently down almost 24% from that cross. Prime area for a little bit of a mean reversion. Ideally, bears would want to see a close below this 200 SMA, and then from there, get your mean reversion into somewhere around this zone, maybe the 5 EMA around that $75 zone. We do currently have a silver cross to the downside, so maybe that 9 will move down to around that area, and while your momentum is able to reset, volatility is able to reset, and then you can continue to dump. What does 4 do? Commercial sales, miscellaneous commerce, but I was told the American consumer was strong. Why is a commercial payment service doing bad? It should be doing well. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly. Momentum to the downside, volatility expanding, no possibility of bullish divergence. 2-day also reading a breakdown of that 38.2%. You currently have a little bit of a gap ski right here. Oh, interesting. The gap fill will be $75. I like to see that. And momentum is currently close to flipping back up, with volatility starting to tick down a little bit. Jules giving you a fresh sell signal on the opposite hand, however. Daily now also starting to tick back up from very extreme areas. Volatility starting to tick down from extreme areas. Jules giving you a fresh sell signal, but you do currently have a pink above the yellow cross, which is a little bit more powerful from that sell signal, leaning up with somewhat of a bounce from this zone to maybe somewhere around 72 to 75 bucks. 4 hours well, starting to pick back up on momentum, getting very close to slipping back over the moving average volatility, very close to going into contraction. And the 4-hour jewel is currently playing out a pink over yellow cross. Why did I say 4? And you are currently bouncing off of the 95% on the HPDR, which likely takes you up somewhere around that 9 EMA to the 21, putting you around like $70 to $73. Likely takes you a little bit higher to that 38.2%, which is at that $75 number. Now going to RSI. Monthly. Nope, no possibility of bullish divergence, making a lower low. Nothing there. You got somewhat of an inverse head and shoulders right here. This will be valid as long as you're closing over, what level is this? Let's say the bearish control zone, which is about $62. Confirmation of this inverse head and shoulders will take you to the bullish control zone, and the confirmation is closing over the neutral zone. Neutral zone is at $80, so if you get a close over $80.28, takes you up to somewhere around $100. And these formations are more effective on price on the R side than they are on price action. Although this kind of looks like it will be a failure. Well, not really a failure because it hasn't been confirmed. So 2-week has active hidden bearish divergence, but you're trading within the critical zone. Not really much you can do for that. 5-day, same thing. Or weekly and 5-day. 3-day, nothing. Let's zoom in a little, see if there's lower lows. Is that a lower low or a higher low? Can't tell. I think it's an ever so slightly lower low, so there's no possibility of bullish divergence there either. Lower low, no divergence. This thing is really weak. Daily's got fresh bearish divergence. And this is going to be active as long as you're closing below $77.50. Next target, if you get a bounce to the upside, is going to be somewhere around your bearish control zone, your simple moving average. That puts you between $70 and $71. I like to see that. And then your target to the downside is the critical zone, which is currently $59. And 4 hours starting to pick back up from the critical zone. Target is somewhere on the edge of the bullish control zone or the bearish control zone. That is at about $71, about $71 to $75. I like to see that. And we'll go into momentum. 2 hour first. Giving you a God mode signal on the background, losing the sell signal. Likely target is somewhere around $72 to $76. Oh, by the way, I noticed a little while back, like a few minutes ago, that the bi-monthly is closing on Bitcoin, and the pivot currently is $113,400. So it's about to freshly flip down. That's very interesting. And it also confirmed that monthly bearish divergence, but along with bi-monthly flipping down, making it pretty likely that we'll go to $87,000. Quarterly is right now freshly at that 21 EMA. Likely it lines up with a little bit of a bounce zone from this area, and your quarterly momentum is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $102. We're a good amount away from that number now. Monthly is also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $95.74. You are currently taking out all of these previous monthly lows, with prices still making a higher low, giving you a possibility of bullish divergence, but that will just be a possibility as long as you're closing below $95.74. 2-week is currently flipped to the downside, also with volatility expansion, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $82.15, close to giving you a silver cross. Weekly also flipped strongly to the downside with volatility currently contracting, and you will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $69.33. A good number. 5-day also flipped down as long as you're closing below $69. 2-day also 2 days currently flipped up, however, with volatility expanding, but it will flip back down if you close below $67.90. Daily is already flipped back down with volatility expanding, and you will be flipped down as long as you're closing below $70.41. And 4-hour is currently flipped to the downside, very close to flipping up, and it will flip up with volatility at extremes if you close back over $69.14. A little lower, and this is also already flipped back up. 2 hours already gone into the volatility contraction phase that we're looking for on the 4 hour, with the momentum already flipped back up, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $66.40, giving you those similar targets of somewhere around $71 to $75. And then let's go down. All right. All right, so on the high time frames, this is now shifting well into the bearish side. You are getting quarterly momentum freshly flipping to the downside. With volatility contracted from extremes on the moves to the upside, you're getting monthly flipped strongly to the downside, with now monthly giving you volatility expansion. Loss of your monthly 55 EMA. But however, on the high time frames, you are hitting very extreme areas on your HPDR. You're hitting volatility and momentum at extremes, all lining up with a little bit of a bounce from the zone. Confirms with 2 hour momentum being flipped up, 4 hour close to flipping back up, giving you target somewhere around $71 to $75. Don't really see it getting beyond $80 though, and more likely from that area you are going to get your rejection and your continuation on your bearish divergences, which your next target would be somewhere around $58 to $59. And assuming you can you don't hold that area on a bounce, your next levels are somewhere around $40-ish from there. There is still a possibility based off of the monthly hidden bullish divergence possibility that if you can close over bounce off of that $57 $58 area, then you can confirm that hidden bullish divergence. At that point, your confirmation will be it's $80 and like $81, and from there you can continue on to new all-time highs. Very big if, and a lot of things have to happen in sequence for that to confirm. Right now, what's more probable based off of the quarterly being flipped to the downside, monthly very close to going into a downtrend, that you're likely just going to, with volatility expansion, that bounce is just going to be a bounce before the lower.
Yes, it is. Coinbase is next for you, senor. Thank you.
Oh, Coinbase. Wonderful. Brian's bald, and he's wasted $24 million on a podcast.
That's right. And he's telling everyone he's fighting for crypto so that people and President Trump can only use the stable coins and fuck us all. It's pretty good. He's there for us. He's there for the coins. He's there for the technology. What a great guy. What a great guy he is. That bold Brian.
I love Brian. Brian's great.
I love bold people. They're like little birds.
I'm going to make it a slur to call people bald. I'm going to make it a slur. You can't say that anymore. You can't say people are bald.
Oh,
Chrome Dome will be the same as the N-word.
From now on, those who call a boldy, they're going to go to jail, straight to jail. There's no
That's
Monopoly guy to save you. No get out of jail free card.
That's a hate crime.
Thank you, señor. Ok, estamos viendo POR, que es Shift Poor Payments, que es Commercial Services. No tengo ni puta idea que haga, pero es una tabla súper fácil de leer. Estás viendo la mensual. Todo este tiempo ha sido, ¿qué? Alcista, tío, ¿no? Siempre respetando perfectamente todos los niveles. Acá, por ejemplo, una vez que subimos hasta acá, hicimos saltos históricos, caímos y rompimos la tendencia alcista acá, retesteamos y caímos a fondo. Entonces, desde acá, desde el 2022, ha estado en una clara tendencia alcista. Y adivinen qué. Denme un segundo para poder ilustrarlo. S&P a la baja. Este nivel, ya rompiste este bajo, ¿no? De abril del 2025. Esto es una tabla mensual. Al romper este bajo, efectivamente estás validando una tendencia alcista. Tus siguientes objetivos van a ser aquí abajo, por ahí de los 59 hasta los 55. Te llegas a llevar este nivel, vienes a los 47 a ver si aguanta este mínimo, o porque acá, cuando hicimos el IPO en junio, hicimos un mínimo más bajo. O sea, este fue el fondo de esta tabla en julio del 2022. Y ahora estás cayendo con volatilidad expandiendo, tío. Y esto va a confirmar hoy esta volatilidad expandiendo ante tu caída del punto más bajo en toda la historia en la tabla. Te lo confirma en literalmente cuánto tiempo. Vamos a ver. En 4 horas, que te va a llevar la verga. A menos de que esto cambie hoy, puedes considerar que esto mínimo viene a los 47, si no es que más abajo. ¿Ok? 2 semanas. 2 semanas también tienes expansión de volatilidad en la de 2 semanas a la alza, y esto ya te lo confirmó en lo que está cayendo el precio. Estás perdiendo el EMA 100, nunca lo había cerrado 1 y 2 veces, pero fue un SFP y vas para arriba. Acá ya cerraste 1, 2 y esta va a ser tu tercera a la baja. Tienes un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo, lo que te pone una tendencia bajista. Pero después de hacer un bajo más bajo, normalmente, ¿qué irías a buscar? Un nuevo alto más bajo. Y ese alto más bajo te lo puede dar o a los 75 o a los 83. Y el rechazo vendría acá y vámonos para abajo. O el rechazo vendría acá y vámonos para abajo. ¿Ok? Semanal. Semanal. Estamos perdiendo al S&P 200. La línea morada que viene por acá. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. ¿Y eso qué nos dice? Que cualquier retesteo del promedio del 9, y no lo ha tomado desde entonces, ningún retesteo del promedio del 9. Eso quiere decir que los $80 son una posibilidad real acá. Te lo puede dar. Para cerrar esta tabla, va a ser el día de hoy en 4 horas, igual que la mensual, igual que la de 2 semanas, me parece, cierra en otra semana. Sí, en la próxima semana. Esta todavía ya va a cerrar el día de hoy, la semanal, y sería tu primer cierre debajo del S&P 200 desde julio del 2024, que fue otra vez lo de la crisis de Japón, ¿no? Hoy es que la crisis de Japón afecta a todo el mundo, es el reverse scary trade, brother. Ya ocurrió una vez y por ende tiene que ocurrir exactamente igual. Es como aprendemos todo en las noticias. Bien, entonces esperemos a que ocurra todo igual. Por ahora estamos haciendo un bajo más bajo, después de altos más bajos, etcétera. Puedes ver que estás en una clara tendencia bajista y cualquier oportunidad al promedio del 9, por ahí de los 80, o va a continuar bajando y probablemente lo encuentres por acá, sea una oportunidad de hacerle un corto a esto. La diaria está expandiendo ante esta caída, pero puedes ver que de una a este tick de hoy te está cambiando el ritmo, te está diciendo que, Nel, papi, aquí hay algo diferente. Y esto podría ayudar a empujar a la alza para continuar a la baja. En corta temporalidad, como por ejemplo en la diaria, estás creando una mini tendencia alcista, ¿no? Que es básicamente lo que te está diciendo un rebote. Vamos a la de 4 horas. 4 horas nos dice exactamente lo mismo. Tienes la caída, el rebote. Vamos a un poco más abajo. Ahí está. Tu fondo y un poco de rebote. Pero ya siendo completamente fríos con esto, esto tiene cara. ¿Cuál es la mejor forma de verlo? Yo creo que la mensual es muy fácil de entender. La de 2 semanas es sencillo de entender. Las semanales, yo creo, la mejor de todas. Porque es muy fácil, ¿no? Entender esto. No tienes que ser un genio. Estarías perdiendo la media del canal y esto te llevaría a la parte baja de esto que viene por acá, a los 40 y tantos dólares. Pero antes tienes la oportunidad a corto plazo de un rebote y hacer corto acá o acá, en los 83 o en los 75. Esto está en una tendencia bajista y juega de acuerdo al libro. Esto no hace mamadas. Esto literalmente, cada que hace un nuevo bajo, literalmente se lleva lo que sigue. Entonces, pues, aquí lo tienes. Una clara tendencia bajista en esta chingadera y es para donde va a haber continuación después de un rebotito, güey. Dale tantito al rebotito y ahí lo tienen, ¿no? No puede ser más fácil. Mr. Alex, let's go see Tesla.
Nice, some Tessie girl. Still, pressing near the highs, honestly.
Still
It's
being
going to be
gay.
yeah, it is, honestly, and still in a major spot where this could roll over from here. Really could. Confirmation of that simply is losing the weekly 9. If you lose the weekly 9, you saw here within this range, once you lost that 415 meme line, which then resulted in the weekly 9 being lost, that just was really detrimental for Tesla. That is what took it to 400 all the way down to the low 200. So here, I mean, you are still above the weekly 9. You did get expansion up, but we did talk about this. All eyes on this high here. We really need to take this high out in order for us to get a nice breakout to maybe a new all-time high. Whenever you get really close or near a new all-time high, or just previous all-time high, it's really important to pay attention. This is where bears want to step in, potentially put bearish structure or form it before a breakdown. Luckily for us, we don't have FOMO shorting up here, but we can rather just wait and take a short down here and really just replay what occurred back in the beginning of this year. For now, though, you're just in a wait and watch approach. You need to see if really today sells off. That's going to be bear's objective, to sell this candle off before 3 hours, 55 minutes. And if we don't, does $436.51 remain a big spot? If this starts being flipped into support, it's going to have implications that you're most likely going to test upwards to these wick highs here. That does have a breakout potential. So, are you longing Tesla right now? No. You're just more in wait and watch, because even yesterday you did lose the daily 9. You've rallied up. But this just kind of gives you a really good perspective on the weekly, which is today, really, honestly, bears are going to try to reject this down and break it specifically under 436, all while bulls just simply defend this zone. If they defend back above the daily 9, it just makes the case of possibly testing these highs again. So up or down still on Tesla, it is still being gay. Really, it is, honestly, not fun. This is not fun when you reach levels like this. It's often not fun, but we've seen this before on Tesla where, I won't even attempt to draw it. Not very creative. You get very close to an all-time high, and if you don't break that, that is usually what breaks it down. And you can see here, you did move down. You went up pretty nicely. If we even measure this pump, you went up 35%, but again, losing the meme line, weekly 9, flipped into resistance, is what caused this to just dramatically dump. So then it resulted to a 29% move down. Even here. And these are like often what forms. Doesn't have to be an all-time high. It could be a major local high, right? And you're just now observing, is this a higher low? Do we get a higher high break? Or is this the start of bearish structure where you just can't get past the previous high on the weekly, and Tesla ends up moving down? So for us, this is a very big spot. You want to just be very mindful going into November. You honestly have a pretty nice perspective here, which is above $436. You'll have a more easier objective testing 470. Break 470, or specifically September 29th high. That'll be implications that you are going to make a new all-time high here, potentially test $500 on Tesla. But until then, that could act as a trap. You're just kind of consolidating here. While the daily is, somewhat holding. Yesterday, you did lose the daily 9. Now, the 21 has been holding really since the beginning of October. So it's going to be really key for that to just keep holding. And luckily for us, pretty lined up with the 436 region. So, if you start losing 436, it's going to have implications for a move all the way back down to maybe 428. But at that point, you're potentially taking out any hopium of a daily uptrend here, and that'll just result in a breakdown. But again, we don't need to trade in this region. We simply just know, even if dailies close back under $415, it's going to be a really easy objective down. And even here, you see the daily EMA 34 is at 382. So we really can't act like a major move down can occur from here. Just moving average to moving average, just how I view things. That's a 10.7% move off of very low daily volatility. You can see it just hasn't been able to get it up. This is just chop consolidation. If we look really on the chart here, it's been chop and consolidation. So something is brewing here in November. It can't stay like this forever. Let's see.
It's going to get everyone in, though. Oh, automation, the robots. Come on, look at it. Everything is so fucking far away. The first thing that's coming is no one has money. So y'all make your bets.
Yeah. And it's true, because if you're going on that route, which they're trying to get people in, this is the exact price action you would expect to get people in. And you're not really taking out the last previous major wick highs. And rather you're starting to flip this region into resistance. We just simply drew it from the wick high down. This is, the spot where if you're bullish now, you really need to see bulls pick up and just start moving up into November and breaking out past 500. If you're bearish, you're just looking for this to be the trap. Trap set, we're so back. Whereas, then when the monthly closes, you potentially have the next major monthly lower high formed, which then can give you potentially the move down. Now that's why in this move that we had in April, we did say the only objective at this point is an all-time high. You did take out the last major higher low as I look at it. Let me see here. We'll view it on the bi-monthly. It'll be cleaner. Oh, so you didn't. You got very close to taking it out, but you did not. So you've moved up. So even here, you are expecting an all-time high. But if you don't get it and it rolls over and you lose 415, this will be potentially the next major lower high on Tesla. More in favor of bulls at this point. I actually thought it took out the last major higher low on the monthly, but it did not. But it got very close, very close. Even this quarterly is interesting. Because you can see here, even the quarterly 9's at $335. Really, you have been moving on each quarterly open to the 9, really, honestly. And it's consolidated, chopped, or expanded from. That's sitting at 335. That number is interesting because that's right near the daily SMA 200, kind of in the middle of this range here. I believe you also had a weekly. No, the EMA 100 is at 303. So really, honestly, over here, I would just wait and watch. I'll honestly be looking at Tesla shorts for the Academy once you lose the weekly 9. To me, that'll be great confirmation that this is potentially a local top. And then we can run with that idea and just, run with 469 being a stop loss of some sorts with shorts down, around 415. Targeting around 370 to possibly even all the way down to 300. To me, that's what I'll be looking at. I'm not going to be longing here on Tesla. The only way I'll long on Tesla is if we start flipping the all-time high into support. And if that occurs on a daily, you get 2 to 3 back above like 490, and it's holding, then we could potentially look for longs because of where daily volatility is at. But specifically with what I know on Bitcoin, my expectation, I'm really not looking to get risky on stocks here. So you even have major volatility setups on like a Tesla, very near an all-time high. I look at that as potentially an opportunity zone for shorts. Really have to. And if you are, crazy and scaling shorts here, just use the all-time high as your stop. And you can simply target once you lose 415 down to 378. I mean, that's a 17% move pretty conservatively. Remember, once you lost 415, you did just go down only last time. So the moving averages are even more separated. It's pretty easy to gauge. Maybe we got lucky here where we can just look. You lost 415, rejected, and you moved aggressively down. So that's why that's my spot. Very easy with the weekly 9 lined up. And watch daily volatility into November to fire off potentially to the downside.
Excellent, senor. Thank you so much. Very clear. Intel is next for you. Our American, the company that we own.
Yeah, we all own it. Very nice.
Can't wait for my dividend payment. I'm sure at some point there's going to be a tweet. President Trump thinking about sending people dividend payments on NVIDIA and Intel stocks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then everyone will reshare. Here comes the biggest money printing thing in the world. Nothing's happening, but they're going to print trillions of dollars.
And then it gets tweeted once a week for the next 6 months.
That's right. When these news start to get, because now I'm concerned, right? That they're repeating these news every 3 months. Because before it used to take 2 years. Now it's every 3 months. People are so stupid and forget everything that every 3 months is enough for people to forget what happened every 3 months. When they start doing this every week, that's when I'll know this is the end of civilization and that the aliens are coming to save us or destroy us. Either way, there's not going to be a doubt in my mind. All right, here we go. Damas y caballeros, estamos viendo Tesla en una tabla semanal. Ok, voy a empezar con lo trimestral en Tesla. Bastante fácil. Tesla está en una mega tendencia alcista. Lo pueden ver perfectamente por acá. No sé qué sea eso, pero lo voy a borrar. Me da igual. Estamos en una tendencia alcista desde el 2020. Estamos haciendo, ¡pum!, bajos más altos y bajos más altos y continuando a la alza. Ahora tenemos altos más altos, pero por ahora estamos en la pregunta de qué es lo que está pasando por acá, que no pudimos superar estos máximos. ¿Este fue el tope o no? ¿No? Por ahora tienes volatilidad que todavía continúa este periodo de expansión que comenzó justamente acá a la alza en la trimestral. Pero, ojo, no tiene demasiada fuerza este setup en este momento. Puede tranquilamente hacer uno de estos. Esto cierra en 2 meses, pero la mensual nos va a decir exactamente cómo se ve todo un poco más detallado, porque para acá puede darse la vuelta sin problema alguno en cualquier momento. Mensual. Podemos ver en la mensual, tenemos volatilidad aún por debajo del promedio, no está expandiendo, lo que nos dice absolutamente nada por acá. Por acá tenemos un alto, el máximo histórico en diciembre del 2024. Casi vamos para un año y no lo hemos podido superar, pero estamos intentando romper esta línea que viene a la baja, esta línea meme que nos dice que es un alto más bajo. De poner este alto más bajo, recuerda, vienen altos, bajos. Si es que esto es el alto, ¿qué seguiría? Bajos. Y la pregunta es, ¿el bajo a dónde va? Acá, ya lo hizo y este fue el siguiente bajo. Viene acá a los 370, viene acá a los 334, viene acá. Esa va a ser la pregunta que nos queramos enfrentar todos. Ahora, si ha pasado lo mismo que pasó en el 2020, 2023, 2024, deberíamos de venir por aquí de los $200 una vez más. ¿Ok? Para venir a retestear el promedio del 100. Nunca hemos caído del promedio del 100 en todas las veces que lo hemos testeado. Lo que, si venimos a retestearlo, yo esperaría un poco más de acción para abajo. ¿Ok? Es lo que yo esperaría. Tesla es una de estas acciones que me encanta personalmente tradear porque la he estudiado muchísimo y por estudiar digo, he visto esta tabla por mucho tiempo y entiendo sus movimientos. Entonces, gran fan. Por ahora la de 2 semanas nos dice buenas cosas, continúa siendo alcista, este mínimo. Y ahora, este tipo de cosas, ¿no? Donde ves esto, que es todo más alto, se ve bien. Tesla normalmente respeta ese tipo de tendencias hasta que la rompe. Por lo que para mí la línea en la arena son los $402. Te llevas $402, rompiste toda esta tendencia de 2 semanas alcista, entras en una tendencia bajista. La última vez que hicimos esto fue acá. ¿Y qué ocurrió? Caímos de máximo histórico en 489 hasta $215, 214, perdón. 214. Y de ahí, pues hemos pompeado de vuelta a la alza en esta tabla de 2 semanas, continuando haciendo altos más altos, con expansión de volatilidad a la alza. Bien, alcista todavía, pero esto ya comienza a darnos vibras bajistas porque no está haciendo un alto más alto, ni tampoco en la de 2 semanas hiciste este alto y todavía no pasas ese alto. Semanal tenemos volatilidad contrayendo después de esta expansión que nos llevó literalmente a este segundo alto. Continuamos literalmente viéndonos alcistas, pero al mismo tiempo tenemos que preguntarnos, alto, bajo, alto. ¿Qué sigue? Bajo. ¿Dónde lo vamos a hacer? ¿Acá o ya fue? ¿O dónde? Todavía no hemos pasado esta vela. Entonces, si ya hicimos este alto, hicimos este bajo, hicimos este alto, tenemos que preguntarnos qué es lo que sigue. O romper el alto y continuar la tendencia, y de no continuarlo, yo creo que tu primera advertencia se encuentra en los 438. Si esto caes de acá, quiere decir que vas a buscar un nuevo bajo. Y ahí es donde tienes que ponerte pilas. 428 o 4.15. Porque si no aguanta el 4.15 y te llevas este wick porque Tesla respeta todos sus niveles, esto quiere decir que vas para abajo. Por eso, para mí, la gente que dice, va a haber una corrección en Tesla y nos puede llevar a los 370. Acá, ok. Tenemos que entender una cosa. Estás viendo todas las empresas que reportan mal cayendo 20% en un día. El próximo reporte de Tesla va a ser una mierda. Pero una mierda. ¿Ok? Entonces, tú dime qué crees que va a pasar. Entre ahora y ese entonces, podríamos tener un wickazo acá y después caer, poder hacer algo así. Pero no hay forma de hacer esto, en mi opinión, ¿eh? Ahora, todo puede pasar, pero en mi opinión, esto y que, bueno, olvídalo, ni siquiera. Que hagamos esto y nos vayamos a 560 y después, el peor cuarto de toda la historia de Tesla. Ay, no hay pedo, vamos a rebotar en los altos históricos, ¿no? Porque pues es lo que significa tener las peores ventas de toda tu historia. No, 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 no. Una vez más, ¿qué negocio nos dijo primero? La comida. ¿Cuál es el que sigue? Los coches. Nada más Tesla no lo está haciendo todavía, pero Rivian ahí va. Lucid, por supuesto que ahí está llegando ahí, ¿no? O sea, no tienes que ser un genio para entenderlo. La única cosa que mantiene a Tesla aquí arriba es una narrativa fabricada para poder lograr un objetivo. A Elon Musk le van a dar $1 trillón. Y ese $1 trillón se lo van a dar votando todos los accionistas de Tesla entre el 6 o el 9 de noviembre. No me acuerdo exactamente cuándo. ¿Ok? ¿Y qué quiere decir eso? Que, pues, güey, si estás pidiendo que te paguen $1 trillón, vas a tener el precio de tu acción aquí abajo y te van a decir todo, sí, a huevo, llévate el trillón, o lo quieres tener cerca o en altos históricos. Acá ya tienes tu pago de $1 trillón, vámonos. Sea donde sea, ¿eh? Aquí arriba o acá donde está tal cual. Por eso yo vendí acá. No me importa nada lo que compré aquí abajo. No me importa nada. Entiendo que el peor cuarto de toda la historia en la historia de Tesla tiene que tener un impacto mega negativo en la tabla. Y no porque soy un genio, porque es lo que le pasó a Meta. Buen reporte de ingresos, güey. Pito. ¿No? Y una vez más, esto, solamente la vela, es 15%, casi 15%. ¿No? Vámonos con Tesla. Solamente 15% te lleva 3.95 así de putazo, cierra este gap. Y una vez más, una vez que llegas acá, la tendencia se acabó a la alza. Diaria es donde está la diversión. Este jugueteo entre los 4.50 haciendo estos saltos históricos. Quiero que vean esto. Aquí es donde lo pone más fácil todavía. Esto, mínimo, alto, mínimo. ¿Este es el alto o qué? Una vez más, 4.39, 4.40, llévatelo para abajo y estás rompiendo la estructura, te está empezando a romper la estructura. Para Tesla es bastante fácil. Si quieres meterte de long en Tesla, este no es el lugar porque tu invalidación está aquí abajo en los 4.10, que es, una vez más, 15% a la baja. ¿Ok? Casi. No, es como 13% aquí, porque el 15% está aquí abajo, me parece. ¿Sabes qué? Lo voy a medir para no quedarme con la puta duda. De dónde estás, acá, 8%. Tu invalidación está 9% abajo, perdón, que es un chingo. Ok. ¿Quieres entrar en Tesla a la alza? Hay dos. Puedes hacer el pre. Una vez que Tesla haga 1, 2, 3 cierres por encima de esta línea meme que viene acá en diagonal. Ahí te estás adelantando y ahí te puede mandar también al piso. 3 cierres arriba de esto. La segura es cerrar 1, 2, 3 veces diaria por encima del alto histórico en 4.89. Una vez que tengas esos 3 cierres ahí, bien, nos vamos de long al siguiente nivel, que son, lo tengo aquí, ¿no? Marcado, 728. Pero hasta que no lo logres y empieces a cerrar por acá, no tienes por qué estar viendo para arriba. Tesla está en una clara tendencia alcista, pero cada que hace esto, y esto lo puso muy bien Alex en la mesa, cada que Tesla te hace esto, ya valió verga todo. Y aquí está, una vez más, para que lo puedan ver completamente de cerca y de lejos. ¿No? Una vez que hiciste eso acá, ¿qué pasó? Al pito. Así que, ojo, ojo, ojo. Una vez más, ustedes saben cómo yo lo veo, por eso vendí mis acciones acá y me estoy saliendo. Creo que va a haber más oportunidades. Solamente relacionarlo con malos resultados de empresas. Puede que esté mal, puede que todo esto se vaya al cielo, los robots, como todo el mundo dice, o self-driving y todo esto que literalmente no van a haber beneficios hasta en años y años para adelante, mínimo no este año o el próximo. No lo creo, no lo creo. Algo tiene que ocurrir que le den a la gente dinero para que pueda comprar. Por lo tanto, hasta que no pase eso, se va al pito. Y QT, acabar QT, no te están dando dinero a la gente. No le da dinero al consumidor, solamente devalúa su dinero. No tiene nada que ver una con la otra en esta situación. Pues ahí está Tesla, damas y caballeros. Vamos a la que sigue, que es Mr. Farhano. What's next for you, Coinbase?
Yes, sir. Bald Brian.
Bold Brian.
Let me share. How do you say bald in Spanish?
Pelón.
Pelone Brian.
Brian el Pelón.
Brian el Pelón.
There you go. You got
Muy
it.
pelón.
Muy pelón, he's right.
So on the monthly on Coinbase, we are currently getting a bounce, kind of front running our 9 EMA. Basically the same thing that's playing out on Bitcoin right now. A move down to the 9 EMA and a bounce off of that, which is taking us back over the 5. And right now we are holding over the 61.8%, right below the 78.6%. This is more of a consolidation zone, somewhere between to go sideways, and confirmation of a breakout or a breakdown is going to be loss of one of these two zones. Closing above the 78.6% is going to be what's going to trigger one of these busting action moves like we had over here, probably taking us to somewhere around $480 to $500. And then once you get a close below the 61.8% at about $269, very nice number, that's what gives you your busting action to the downside to somewhere around $200 flat to roughly $200 flat, right around this median to this meme line at about like $208. Pretty respectable move to the downside. That's from where we are from the 61.8%. That is about almost 30% down. If you look at momentum, very close to getting topped out, just not quite just yet. And momentum is currently making a lower high from all of these previous highs, whereas price is making a higher high, giving you possibility of bearish divergence. And that will confirm with any close below $292.56, giving you that move down to about $200. Jewel is currently still giving you a buy signal, however. On the 2-week, you're flipping back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, getting back over the moving average with volatility now at extreme lows, and the jewel has lost the sell signal right below the bullish control zone, with price getting opening above the median, getting a move down to the median, and a strong bounce off of that so far. And as long as we are closing over the median at $325.87, maybe you'll get another test of it, but likely that test of the median leads into a spring into the top 38.2%, which right now is at about $406. This would be the area for the prime area for a lower high if there was going to be one, and you would have a very tight invalidation with this as your stop loss. You would enter at like 406, 440 is your stop loss. Let's see, your risk is like how much? 9.6% in your against you versus a move to the 38.2% bottom one, which is about 30% in your favor. 3-to-1 odds right there. Pretty good. And even if you are bullish, this is something worth taking. Once you get a tick above this current high, you just flip long and target somewhere around $480 as your TP. Let's see if there's any divergences present here. You are forming some hidden bullish divergence now because you have taken out all of these lows while momentum made a higher low, and that will confirm with the close over $365, and that will take you up to about that $400 level. Well, let's mark off this jewel signal though. See what this does, and we'll take it from this zone right below the bullish control zone. That one there. This is, so we'll do this one too because it's in the same area. How much did we go up? This one was quite big, about 115%. This one was 94%. By the way, I received some very wonderful information when I tried to sign into my bank app and it didn't work.
What?
My bank has been shut down by the government for suspicion of money laundering.
That's fucking amazing. God bless you, Banco. God bless him.
And now I got to claim all of my money in the account online.
Sir,
And
good
that'll
luck
probably
with
take
that.
several months.
It's hard for me to understand that there's banks in Mexico that have online bank accounts because you still have to go to your own branch to send a fucking wire. So, or make any real moves. You cannot go to the same bank's name to another place. You have to go to the same one. So,
Oh,
to me, the
you have
fact
to
that the
go,
bank in Mexico has internet is crazy.
I have to go to the one that I opened my account from.
You see what I'm saying? Like, how stupid is it? Why are they all named the same? Just change the name of every single fucking bank because
Yeah,
none of them work in
no
the same
point.
way. Huh?
No point in having them all franchised.
That's what I'm saying. No, none. It's one of the stupidest things that they do in Mexico.
But I was not as retarded, and I saw this coming, and did not keep more than $1,000 in there.
Good job. Good fucking job.
Otherwise, I'd have been one of those guys with everything in there and then fucked.
Incredible.
Let's see, what is 480 to 500? Roughly 40%. The higher end move, about 80%. We'll just do it for funsies. Brings us to about $650. Not as likely, I'd say. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here and say that. Because even if Bitcoin goes to 150, that's what, a 50% move up from here. Not even 50%, it's like 30-ish percent. I don't think Coinbase is gonna almost double based off of Bitcoin doing a 30% move.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Weekly is now freshly flipping to the downside, rejecting the 38.2%. Volatility is starting to contract, approaching extreme lows, with the jewel still giving you a buy signal on the oscillator. But in the background, you do have a bearish cross with the pink below the yellow. I would like to see this happen in the bearish control zone, so it's not going to be as powerful, but it's still better than happening in the bullish. I would like to see it happen in the bullish control zone, but it's not as weak as seeing it happen in the bearish control zone. See how much we're down from that cross so far. From this point here, you got a little bit of a scam pump of 5.8%, and then move down of about 8.3%. Let's see how much we went down on this one right here. Oh, this one was a lot more powerful. This happened in the bullish control zone. Let's take one that did not happen in the bullish control zone. This one did too. This one ever so slightly not in the bullish control zone. Let's see how much we moved down this was. From here, about 10.25%. Very similar to the move we have now. Currently, if we reject this 38.2%, likely going to get a move down to test the median, somewhere around $319 at the moment. This is going to rise, so wherever that is at that time is going to be the target. And ideally, I'd like to see it line up with the 21 EMA to give us one more test of the 21, give us a test of the median, and then hopefully for the bull's sake that will hold, and we can send it from there. If you wanted to be aggressive, you could enter at a long at that point, and your stop loss would be this wick low at around $290-ish. This is a little tricky spot and long though, because usually it just kind of trades like crypto and has the fuckery of taking out the previous low before sending it up, and it could completely send it down to this 38.2%, test this 55 EMA, take out all of these lows, and then bounce, close above this median, and then send it up from there. It's very likely and actually kind of probable considering the fuckery that happens with crypto. So the safer stop loss to use would be this one here, although the risk is a little bit bigger. That's from the 21, about 27% against you. Not really the best odds. Versus your target to the upside is, at first retest these highs. That's pretty good, 40%. Next level is about $500, and that is about 58%. Not the worst, not the best. 5-day also flipped to the downside on momentum and volatility. Same exact look as the weekly, rejecting the 38.2%. 2-day is currently getting momentum to the upside, though. Volatility is approaching extreme lows. Jewel has lost the sell signal, and we are now once again above the median. Closing over that median will give you targets of somewhere around the 38.2% to the 50%. That gives you that $370, $380 area with your, which would be your opportunity zone for a short. With that at your wick high as your stop loss. Once you take that out, you're likely going to new all-time highs. Daily also flipped up with volatility expansion, getting over your 38.2%. Ideally, you want to see a price close over about $340 and then back test that area, and then expansion into retesting somewhere around 380. 4-hour also now freshly flipping back up. Volatility is at extreme lows. You're currently reclaiming 38.2%, and you're getting a bullish cross on the jewel. So this is the area where you likely flip back up, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and send it up to that 380 zone, 376 to be exact. And 2 hours currently also getting momentum flipping up. You're getting a fresh silver cross to the upside, pretty powerful silver cross, but they're all bunched up together. And you're currently getting a rejection of 38.2%. And you're likely you're going to get somewhat of a move down to tap this cross, this median, around 340, 345 to 350. High probability bounce from this zone, send it up into somewhere around 370s, 380. Check RSI. Quarterly still has multiple drives of bearish dive. Oh, this is tether. I'm retarded. Monthly is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. Very cool. And this will confirm with any close over, what is this high? $351.89. That will give us an easy target of the critical zone, which will update in about 3 hours. But right now it's sitting at $919. Very unlikely it goes to this number. More likely this number updates significantly. And sometimes if you want to know if it's going to update or not, you just got to apply basic common sense. Is it likely to almost triple in price? Probably not.
What do you mean? Everyone keeps telling me on crypto Twitter that absolutely is. Everything crypto is going up. Like Bitcoin's going to 250 at least. Very least.
Oh, at least. Minimum.
Yeah. So why can't Coinbase just go to $2 million?
More bullish numbers are somewhere around 13 million.
Can I tell you something? My favorite thing that I just keep reading that it's killing me is people saying, people don't understand how hard it is to hold crypto. It's a battle zone. I'm so tired of it. You fucking faggots are buying spot Bitcoin. It takes one click and then you fuck off and never do anything again until the price is above what you bought. What's so stressful about that? Does your mommy feed you every fucking day and cuts your food too? Like, what the fuck are people doing? I am so concerned for society, sir. Very concerned. It might be my old age, but I'm very concerned.
These are the people who constantly read books and data and stuff and wait for the perfect moment, which never comes.
God damn. God damn.
Have you seen that one bell curve meme where on the left side is a retard and the middle side is like the mid-curve guy and the right side is the genius?
Of course. You just shared something like that with us.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was referencing. On the left side, take more risks. Top side, I need to wait for the perfect moment. Genius, I need to take more risks.
Truly is. Truly is.
And then they'll say it's luck afterwards.
Listen, if you do it, that's great, man. But just buying something, like, you're not like these people that are like, we're in the trenches, blah, blah, blah. You just bought something. Like, you didn't do anything. You just clicked your app, pressed the button, and then you walked away. You didn't do anything for the company. You talking about it all day like an idiot on Twitter doesn't count for anything. What are these people saying that they're accomplishing that's so hard? Am I missing something here?
If you're holding spot, the wicks mean nothing to you. So you can just switch it to the line. And this is the trenches. Bro, price is just going sideways.
Yeah, like, I don't understand. And everyone's like, this is the worst bull market ever. Bitcoin went from $15,000 to 126. Like, what the fuck are people like? Everyone's so crazy.
That's almost a 10x.
They've lost their fucking mind, dude.
It's because everyone bought somewhere around 100K and it's only up 9,000 since then. So
that's what I'm thinking. That none of these people that are saying I bought and I'm holding are really holding from a long time. They had to buy the top and be like desperate. Because otherwise, dude, who the fuck is losing in this market? You have to be absolutely retarded.
It's hard to not lose if you've maximum longed 117,000.
And again, spot. If you're buying spot, which all of these people are on anything, what are they crying about? How bad do you have to be at buying the biggest bull run that we've had, like almost 3 going into basically 4 years? How are you like complaining about this? How is unless you're a complete fucking idiot and you just bought the top right now and now you're going down? It's the only explanation. for all these people that are in the trenches that want to look like heroes on crypto. Idiots, my God, it's unbelievable how stupid they put a sign that says I'm stupid. Listen, I'm stupid as fuck. But I say it just directly. I don't have to fucking hide behind the crypto narrative so that you know that I'm stupid as fuck. Jesus.
Yeah, you gotta. I like to come out and say it from the beginning. So there's a disclaimer.
Same. Absolutely the same. Sorry for interrupting you, sir. But
Oh, you're
yes.
good. But yeah, just to point it out, like we're just going sideways in a range right here. There's not much more than a range. Maybe it's a little bit of a volatile range, not really even that volatile. It's like 10% of a range.
Yep.
And we're just bouncing back and forth. The easiest play was short that, long that, and short that. And this will keep working until it doesn't work anymore.
Well,
right
these
now,
people aren't traders. That's the problem. They're just buyers of spot, which is the biggest form of a faggot to complain about the market if you complain. Because it's the easiest way to trade, if you will. Buying spot. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, the issue with buying spot comes with when you want to be rich tomorrow. And when you're not rich tomorrow and the price is down 5% from your entry, the world is ending.
That's the problem. It's the gambling culture. Because all the same retards complaining, this is the worst L season ever. Solana went up 3,200%, dude. 3,200%. XRP went up 1,200%. ETH, that was the biggest piece of garbage, almost a 5x.
But at this time,
what are they talking about?
Crypto was over, and they pivoted to something else.
That's what they're saying right now. Like, I hope these all accounts are fake, because I hope people are not that stupid. But then again, I've been to an airport.
The hopium is that they're all just rage baiting clicks on Twitter for that stimmy.
That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping.
Because a lot of these tweets have a lot of views. They get a lot of shekels from that.
And they're all repeated. It's the same tweet, just repeated by everyone.
Word for word most of the time.
Yeah, it's crazy. What's going on right now in the world is crazy. Let me just say that.
But hey, I can't blame him. Elon's paying more than YouTube for these views.
No, he's not. All right, dude, I make $20 a month on X.
I see screenshots of people getting like 30 or 40K. Unless
there's only a few.
I thought they were paying a lot. Never mind.
No. The people that are getting paid are getting boosted and then mega paid. Does that make sense? It's like the come do it. It's not paying anything. Nothing.
They get more people to sign up.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why Elon was trying so hard to get Mr. Beast to post.
Exactly.
Oh, I see. So now the 2 week is forming some nice hidden bearish divergence. We have taken out these previous highs on momentum. Price is still making a lower high. To confirm that you have to close below $310.48. That'll give you a nice target of hitting this 55 EMA, which is sitting at $250. Don't really have any RSI targets off of that. Your RSI target would be a little bit lower at 210. Weekly is now forming some hidden bullish divergence though, and this will conform with any close over $356.88. We're very close to that number now. Confirming that will give us an easy target of somewhere around the simple moving average, which currently sits at about somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average. That puts us between 392 and 426 to the upside. What's in between there is right around that $400 zone to 390s. 5-day also forming hidden bullish divergence is multiple drives now. This will confirm with any close over 373.25. That gives us a target of the bullish control zone with volatility at extreme lows. Bullish control zone is 480. This level will likely update. And it's also not confirmed yet. 3-day already confirmed multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. This will be valid as long as you're closing over $354.46. Next level is currently the critical zone, which is right now at 578. And this will update in about 3 days. 2-day currently has active bearish divergence. This will invalidate with any close over 373.25. Next level is the neutral zone, which currently sits at 321. Daily is about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. We need multiple drives. This is 1, 2, 3. This will confirm with any close over 344.25, giving you a target of the bullish control zone with volatility just now about to go into an expansion phase. Bullish control zone is at around 409, 410. And nothing on that. Let's go one level lower. And 2 hours now confirmed a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $328.22, I believe. Yeah, 22 cents. Next target on that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone. That level sits at about 383. Let's go to momentum. Coin. Monthly momentum is freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 273. 2-week is also freshly flipped up, rejecting getting out of the bullish control zone. Volatility is now approaching extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 335.50. Weekly is also freshly flipped up with volatility at extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 320. 5 days currently also flipped up as long as you're closing over at 330 with volatility at extreme lows. What was the monthly pivot again? It is 272. Interesting to see that this is showing more strength than Bitcoin is, because Bitcoin is already below the monthly pivot.
Honestly, because I was thinking about like next time Bitcoin goes down, I'm going to buy Bitcoin on spot. I'm going to buy Coinbase instead. And the reason
Coinbase
why,
showing up stronger.
yeah, and the reason why is Coinbase is literally the one implementing the new crypto system in the world, not fucking XRP or any other idiotic thing. So it's Coinbase, and it's doing it very smartly by making their chain not being able to buy the token. I can't remember how they did it, but everything goes into their stock price, which is the smartest way to do it. And clearly, Mr. Boldman, I'm pretty sure he's Jewish too. He's got all the qualifications to be able to be the one in charge of all of this. And yeah, because we're not going to let the fucking dirty ass Chinese motherfucker from Canada do it. You're going to have
Absolutely not.
the great, bold Jewish man to be able to do it. You know what I'm saying? So I think Mr. Bolstein will be the one taking us to Valhalla, and I'll be in it to win it with him. So
Like a smarter,
this.
a crypto version of stock buybacks.
That's right. That's right. So I'm buying. I'm going all in on Coinbase on the next drawdown.
And you kind of see this just like consolidating here right at your current all-time highs. Usually, whenever you get a move like this, you get some insane busting action right through your current all-time highs to some significantly new all-time highs when that happens. People are like, oh, we're consolidating under resistance. Well, consolidating right at the all-time highs while volatility is resetting now. What usually happens after that is kind of, even if it's going to give you a nuke, kind of sweep those all-time highs for a little liquidity grab first.
Yeah.
And monthly also being freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone, volatility and expansion. Every single time frame is now forming hidden bullish divergence on all of the medium-term time frames. You do have bearish divergence in the background, but it's more difficult currently to confirm that bearish divergence than it is to confirm the bullish divergence. The bullish divergence is only a couple of dollars away. It's like $2 away at like 356 to confirm it on all of your time frames up to like a 5-day, weekly. All of those will confirm your hidden bullish divergences above those levels, and those will give you a target of your current all-time highs roughly. On your low time frames, you are getting momentum starting to flip down, although that's not really the worst signal as long as you're closing over about $328. More likely, you're just going to get a back test of that 2-hour silver cross that you just formed, somewhere around $345, $350. But as long as you're holding over 328, more likely that's just going to spring you upwards to somewhere around that $380 zone to $400 zone, which is your next target on the bullish divergences. And the invalidation will be right now, let's see, either getting a tick below about 200, the invalidation for being bullish, tick below about $240, or a weekly close below about 291. Either one of those two things happen, then I think we're likely going to get another test of this 100 EMA, somewhere around $200 flat. And the invalidation of getting a move down to test your silver cross, it will basically just be a tick over our current high right now, which is at $373. That one happens, and we're likely just going to go straight up to that $400 zone. Even if we're going to be bullish, I do think we will reject that $400 area the first tap around, come down, make a higher low, and then from there send it busting. Likely happens with somewhere around the bull moon on Bitcoin, which is around November 6th.
Very nice, senor. For you to finish Roblox.
Robert Locks.
That's right. Thank you very much. Estamos viendo Coinbase en la de 2 semanas. Pueden ver el patrón super alcista que tenemos, la tradicional tasa con agarradera y todo esto, con un objetivo bastante potente aquí arriba, los 657, que es lo que sigue. Ahora, quiero hacer este anuncio para que puedan continuar. No hay un güey que viene a todos mis videos que dice, estoy haciendo una compilación de todos tus errores para que todo el mundo vea, ¿no? Que me equivoco. Lo malo es que no la he podido sacar porque no hay, pero estoy seguro que pronto encontrar algo. ¿Se acuerdan cómo les comenté esto? Para todo el mundo, Bitcoin es la cosa más explosiva del mundo, etcétera. Y creo que ya llegamos al punto máximo de ello, ¿ok? No estoy diciendo que Bitcoin no vaya a continuar subiendo, etcétera, pero simplemente este es el ejemplo. Bitcoin de los aranceles, por los aranceles de Bitcoin, todo el mundo los conoce, bajó en abril, ¿no? Igual que todo lo demás. La recuperación desde abril para ahora al máximo histórico es de 69%, ¿ok? Tesla, que fue la que yo escogí en vez de esa. Hasta el máximo que llegó ahorita, 117%. El doble. Casi el doble. ¿Ok? El punto que quiero traer con ustedes es, cuando baje Bitcoin, yo les había dicho, voy a comprar spot y te lo dije a ti, Ramón, y se los dije a Elías, a todos ustedes en el chat acá, Brian, Anthony, que estaba ayer también, Canito, todos ustedes. Les conté eso. Me retiro, me echo para atrás en ello. No voy a comprar Bitcoin, voy a comprar Coinbase. Cuando esto corrija fuerte, voy a poner todo el dinero que hubiera metido en Bitcoin en Coinbase. ¿Por qué? Porque Coinbase literalmente es lo que todos ustedes piensan que es XRP, todas estas monedas pendejas. Coinbase es lo que está instalando el nuevo sistema de criptos en todo Estados Unidos y el mundo. Coinbase es el nuevo, la fuente central de todos los assets digitales va a venir de Coinbase. Es como yo lo veo. Y ahora, no tienen por qué seguirme el pedo, no tienen por qué decir que, bueno, pueden decir eres un pendejo, no sabes nada, correcto, eso también es cierto. Pero esta es mi visión. Lo estoy compartiendo cómo lo veo yo. Yo creo que Coinbase va a tener mejores retornos que Bitcoin en el próximo ciclo. Y es a lo que voy a apostar en mi lado de cripto, no en mi lado de todo lo demás, en mi lado cripto. No me voy a meter en Bitcoin, me voy a meter en Coinbase y tal vez Ethereum. Sigo pensándolo en Ethereum. Pero por ahora Coinbase definitivamente es lo que voy a usar. ¿Ok? Con eso dicho, Coinbase se ve muy alcista todavía. Pueden ver que desde que tuvimos estos mínimos en $34, hijos de puta, hemos subido hasta los $440. Eso quiere decir que hemos tenido un pompazo del 2022 acá de solamente 1,300%. Básicamente, creo que es más que lo que hizo XRP. Me confirmo esto un segundo. 1,300% a XRP en el 2022. ¿Cuál es el fondo de XRP acá? Sí, ven a lo que me refiero y vean cuánto subió Bitcoin desde entonces. $700, literalmente casi la mitad de lo que hizo Coinbase. ¿Me entienden? Eso es por lo que les estoy diciendo. El hype de Bitcoin ya se acabó, carnales. O sea, claro que va a continuar subiendo y si compraste en $3,000, $6,000, etcétera, qué chingón y todo eso. Pero hay oportunidades mucho más explosivas y fuertes ya en el mercado y ya por un rato. Ya no es nuevo esto y nadie habla de ello. Todo el mundo simplemente me está dando speeches de por qué Bitcoin y vas a cometer un error si no tienes Bitcoin. Ok, a la verga tu Bitcoin. ¿Por qué no compras simplemente Coinbase? No, es que te pueden robar tu Coinbase, Víctor, es súper descentralizado, pero no lo puedes sacar de tu cuenta de banco. Por favor, no caigan en estupideces. Hay jugadas mucho mejores y más explosivas que Bitcoin. Las hay. Las hay. Y fuera del mundo de cripto, dentro del mundo de cripto, como Coinbase. 1,300% en solamente 3 años. En Coinbase. ¿Ok? Y este es el principio, de nuevo. Esto todavía no acaba porque Coinbase literalmente es el principio de lo que todo el mundo cree que es Bitcoin, en mi punto de vista. Ahora, ustedes van a comprar Bitcoin aquí en $100,000 porque se va a 250 y la verga. Qué chido, ¿no? Y de nuevo, me pueden decir que estoy pendejo, todo lo que gusten. Este es mi punto de vista y esto es lo que yo voy a hacer. Y estoy aquí para compartirles a ustedes las estupideces que hago. Porque es lo único que tengo. Solamente toda la experiencia que he vivido en todas estas vidas que he vivido en una sola. Y es literalmente ya lo único que me queda compartir con ustedes. No me interesa que vean, oye, ve cuánto dinero tengo. Nada, nada. Y de nuevo, soy un pendejo. Solamente les vengo a dar mi punto de vista, es todo. Hemos tenido un cruce plateado en altas temporalidades en la de 2 semanas, básicamente desde marzo del 2024 y no ha decepcionado. Hemos estado para arriba, creando nuevos bajos más altos, menos este, pero Coinbase tradea como cripto, como Bitcoin. Es un culero de mierda y antes de dar el putazo para arriba te hace pensar que va a caer. Entonces ya te dio este tope y ahora puede que nos esté jugando lo mismo que Bitcoin. Vamos a analizarlo bien. Vamos a ponerla mensual para empezar y lo vamos a hacer con HBDR en esta situación. Nuestra zona de breakout va a ser los 430. Una vez que veas la consolidación de por arriba de 430, ahí es donde tu objetivo se vuelve en 657. Por ahora, seguimos por debajo de, ¿ok? Estamos justamente en los 357. Y aquí es donde tenemos atención, ¿no? Atención a eso. Atención a esto. Es casi igual, ¿ok? Atención. ¿Y por qué lo digo? Coinbase se va a ir para abajo. Simplemente porque vamos a entrar en un mal periodo de la bolsa, es lo que yo pienso. Pero por ahora, Coinbase continúa siendo alcista, acaba de ser altos más altos, ahora acaba de ser bajos más altos. ¿Y qué es lo que sigue? Un nuevo alto más alto. Es lo que debería de seguir en esta tabla mensual para que nosotros continuemos creyendo. Por ahora, esta volatilidad había expandido ante toda esa subida y ahora está contrayendo. Y lo chingón de esto es si esta vela va a contraer, y normalmente la contracción nos da los bajones en esta tabla mensual. Si esto va a contraer, vas a saber hoy. Ya, ahorita ya estás por debajo por 0.72%, que no es nada. Atentos ahí. Eso es lo que yo estaría viendo como en la trimestral de Bitcoin que estoy viendo, ¿ok? Son patrones sencillos de entender y de ver repetirse en esto. Después de este alto, tienes estos mínimos y lo que quieres es que no sea este tu alto, que continúe. Por ende, te llevas este máximo en los 312 de esta tabla mensual y sabrás que estás básicamente entrando a buscar un nuevo bajo más bajo, ¿ok? Esa sería la primera señal. Perdiendo el bajo de esta vela, que te lo pone low 310.48. Abajo de 310.48, sabes que entonces este fue el siguiente. Alto, alto más bajo y ahora vas por un bajo más bajo. ¿Ok? Atentos a ellos. HBDR en putiza, ver dónde estamos. Y esto también lo explicaría, estando aquí en el 78% ya. Aunque en mercados súper alcistas viniendo del fondo, le gusta ir al 100% y el 100% está en los 573. Entonces, por ahora, simplemente el rechazo del 78.6% es donde estamos. Nos gustaría ver cierres por encima de $400. Eso nos podría catapultar a los 480 y nuevos máximos. Pero por ahora no lo estamos viendo. Vamos a la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tiene volatilidad contrayendo, preparando uno de los movimientos más fuertes, sí, de toda la historia. Solamente ha habido una vez donde ha estado más baja y eso fue en agosto del 2024, antes del mega pinche pompazo que se dio esta tabla de 2 semanas. ¡Pum! De aquí hasta acá. ¿Ok? Entonces, por ahora está preparando otro setup. La cosa es, ¿va a jugar igualito? Esa es la pregunta que nos tenemos que hacer todos. Por ahora estamos rebotando en la media. Lo pueden ver justamente acá, el promedio del 9 y el 5. Y esta vela va a cerrar en 7 días y en básicamente la próxima semana. Estando por encima de los 326, tenemos más probabilidades de venir a los 406. Y aquí es donde nosotros estaríamos pensando que tal vez, mínimo la primera vez que lleguemos acá, nos rechace rápido para después continuar. ¿Ok? Es lo que esperaríamos, que no sea nada más como mantequilla y bolas, güey, a los 400 y para arriba, a máximos históricos. Pero por ahora, esta tabla es nuevo alto histórico, bajos más altos, y ahora lo que quieres hacer es llevarte los $402, el alto de esta vela. Esto te diría que vas a poner un nuevo alto, más alto de lo que estás viendo, y todavía no has visto el máximo. Esperas que esta vela no sea tu máximo. Semanal, Ya tienes periodos de volatilidad nula, es la volatilidad, una de las setups de volatilidad más bajo de toda la historia. En toda la historia de Coinbase has tenido uno en el 2023 en octubre, en el setup de Hamas, que fue explosivo a la alza, y el otro en julio del 2024, que también fue explosivo a la alza. Entonces ahora tienes otro de estos. ¿Se va a repetir la historia por tercera vez o va a ser diferente? Es lo que vamos a estar con el ojo bien pelado. Por ahora tenemos un rechazo de la zona azul, de la parte alta de la zona azul, y estamos cayendo, pero básicamente estamos entre el promedio del 5 y el 9, que está en los 339. Estando por acá y aguantando por encima, tendríamos más razón de ir a los 365 y a los 394 que para abajo. Ahora, llévate el 339 para abajo. Es más, el wick de esta vela, 328 para abajo. Y bueno, vienes mínimo a la media en los 317. Y si no te aguanta la media para ir a hacer un bajo más alto, eso también significaría que este fue un alto, este es un alto más bajo. Eso te pone en una tendencia bajista. Diaria, tienes volatilidad a punto de intentar expandir, pero el promedio todavía viene bajando. No tenemos nada por ahorita, pero es buena idea monitorear esto. Estamos por encima de la media, estamos por encima de la zona azul, estamos por encima del 50% y cerrando así nos daría oportunidad de venir a los 358 para después venir a los 380. Y en los 380 es donde podríamos encontrar nuestro rechazo en realidad, si lo están viendo, ¿no? Bajo, 310, alto. Si este fue tu bajo, esperarías que te diera un alto acá, pero que no se lleve este máximo. Y ahí tengas la zona de rechazo. Por ahora, Coinbase se ve alcista, pero ya efectivamente te está pintando lo mismo que Tesla. Aquí es donde tenemos que tener cuidado. ¿Ok? En la diaria, déjeme quito esto para que se vea que es demasiado eso para mucha gente. Del máximo histórico acá en 444, me atrevería yo a hacer esto, tratar eso como un SFP, efectivamente, y ver. ¿Quieres ver que Coinbase reviente? Es más, no tienes que jugarla ni tan apretado, ponla así, para que tengas margen de error. A mí me gustan apretadas estas líneas, tal cual, donde encuentro los SFPs. ¿Por qué? Porque normalmente es lo que son y a mí me funcionan. Pero si la quieren jugar normal, como todo el mundo les pone líneas, puedes hacer esto. O en su defecto esto, ¿no? Me atrevería yo a poner esta antes que las demás, porque viste que esto fue simplemente el SFP y continúas para abajo, ¿ok? Una vez que rompas esta línea, vas a poder buscar 380 y de 380 a los 430. Pero de fallar y cerrar por debajo de los 343, lo que quieres hacer es pensar en que si no te aguanta este bajo en los 310, vas a ir para abajo y estás en una tendencia bajista. Ya después de ser alto, bajo más alto, alto más bajo, bajo más alto, alto más bajo, bajo más alto, alto más bajo, bajo más alto, estás en una línea de compresión. Entonces vas a ver a dónde va a disparar cuando llegue el momento, pero esto va a ser tu primera excelente llamada a la alza. Por ahora somos más alcistas, estamos ante lo que nosotros creemos tendría que buscar un alto más alto que este mínimo de los 377, 73, ir a buscar probablemente el de los 401 hasta los 403. Lo va a hacer sin problema y rapidísimo, etcétera. Por ahora tiene cara. Tienes este es tu alto, este es el bajo más alto que sigue y ahora lo que deberías de buscar es un alto más alto. Si no llegas a romper por encima de los 372, esto probablemente va a ir a buscar un bajo más bajo y si te llevas los 328 a la baja, pues vas para abajo. Pero por ahora es más alcista que bajista y vamos a mantener un ojo en ello porque estás haciendo bajos más altos, te guste o no, desde acá para acá. Lo pueden ver perfectamente. Ahí está, este es el triángulo que deberían de estar siguiendo, honestamente. De arriba para acá, compras short, acá compras long, compras short, compras long, hasta que llegue el punto donde reviente o a la alza o a la baja. Así que ahí lo tienen. Esta va a ser mi jugada para adelante en el mundo de cripto, para que lo tengan presente, potente en la mente. Listo, Alex, let's go with Intel.
Yeah, Intel. We were gauging a pullback on Intel. Seems like we're getting that now. So it's going to be an interesting first week of November. We really want to be watching that $38 region very closely because really what Intel is going to try to do is solidify that as a bottom and or new support before moving up to that $44 region, more like $45 region, specifically $44.76. When going to the weekly now in Intel, you're just getting, price action above the $38 region, which is bullish. You've had one closure above, you're getting the expansion. I'd actually like to see this tested one more time before maybe seeing that move up to the $44 region. Because if you start losing it, then this will open back up this range where the weekly EMA 9 will be the objective for me. You can see here, price has been front running that weekly EMA 9. You even have a weekly silver cross here, giving you just an easy gauge on where you could be expecting a bounce if you got to move down, assuming $38 gets lost. To me, that's really what bears are just waiting on. They just want a deviation at 38, and then they have logical zones they're watching to really play. 34, the $36 region, all the way down to that $34 region is going to be a really big one, as shown on the silver cross. And then even more so, you have that weekly SMA 200 right into the kind of extremity low here I have. That's at $32.14. So if you lose that, then you'll get that big move down to 26.27. But that's just a lot of hopium for bears that really are just waiting for support, which is honestly being flipped into resistance, being flipped into support to kind of give, which it is being flipped into support, shown here on the daily. Right, you got the reclaim, you moved up, you came down, and then here you've just been expanding up. This to me looks like just a logical daily uptrend. So you have your higher high, anywhere into here will be some higher low, and that can at least give you confluence that, yeah, probably a pullback, but now you have an area where as long as you're above $38, you are going to just get a bounce upwards to that $45, $44 region, which is a pretty big range actually. If we measure it, yeah, about 17% up. Really not bad. And you've even seen a little bit of reaction from here. So far, it was 11% move. So I think what would be really nice is a nice smackdown, take out late longs, make aggressive shorts extremely horny, just for that final trap up to that $45 region. You even have the 2-day EMA 9 supporting that idea, and even the 2-day uptrend's pretty. I think it's easier to see on the 2-day. You can just see the zone popped up. So anywhere here could just be a higher low. Because we have a bi-monthly closing today, very important to watch that. This tells you that, yes, very bullish, good close, but you still can get a pullback for sure. And so, we'll use on the daily that $38 region, but really, if you start losing that on a daily, it does open back up the ranges. And even on the bi-monthly, it's pretty obvious here. You see, my meme line's $36, but you have that bi-monthly EMA 100 sitting at $34.28. And then even here, you have the 21 here sitting at $31.70. So to me, that just really solidifies these ranges. We'll play the top side, which hopefully will be flipped to support going into the end of the year. But if that doesn't hold, we still have areas which still could be solid support all the way down to that $32 region. It's not really until you lose $32, but yeah, again, you get confluence of a deep pullback to $26, $27. So ideally, going into the November, you're just not positioning here, watching for either this scenario or if a deeper pullback comes, maybe this one. But both scenarios result in this going up. You just still need to be very mindful of $45. That's still a major spot. You saw it hold very strong as support back in 2018, 2019, 2020. You've lost it. You rallied up. You did deviate. And we talked about this setup. You did deviate here. So that is still a major area of interest we need to watch. If you get that move up into November, I'm not going to be max bullish at $44 or $45 Intel. But that could be a good spot to de-risk because, very easily, if you get back above that, then you're opening back up the range. You could potentially go up to $51, possibly $56. But with what we know at that level here, you really shouldn't have any FOMO. This traded really respected this zone really well. When you reclaimed it, held its support, held, expanded up to 57, moved down, and then went all the way up to 60 almost. So, you don't really need to have FOMO. You just can understand a new range will form. You can look at it like that, and then you can play it as such, a new range. But until then, you really have had minimal price action testing that $45 region. That's why, to me, it's still a big spot of resistance. Every time I look at Intel, it's still the area I'm telling everyone to be cautious of because, well, it's just big. It's very big, and you don't want to just reject, get bullish here, and then roll over. Because even this bi-weekly, just hit the SMA 200, last spot before you bigly rejected. This doesn't tell me we're going to bigly reject. This can just give me confluence of perhaps maybe another retest around 37.94 or just $38. Something you would already be gauging into next week on this new weekly. The idea, though, is that you get one more test and then you move up. That actually, if you use the bi-weekly closing in 7 days, can help you, honestly, because you get that new weekly, you test this region one more time. Whoa. And then on the daily here, you see you really haven't even tested it just this one. So one more tap to this region, then giving you a nice spring, leading to a very nice 2-week close. Because, this can come all the way down, trap aggressive shorts when they see a massive shooting star forming. And then we know on the daily, weekly, this just could be a spring before going up, playing into that trap on shorts. So just be aware of that. For me, really, the spot should be 45, it's just a big zone. We will be mindful of this bi-weekly SMA 200 tested. So really, Intel's looking good. I'd just be cautious here. You've had a pretty nice move up over the past 3 months. So really shouldn't have any FOMO here. And even more so, you're really at $40 now on Intel, and we have massive resistance at $44.90. So you probably shouldn't be too aggressive with any longs here, honestly. And really you should be gauging some kind of pullback to maybe into November, December, give you that move up to 45. Unsure if you'll just get it in November. It could take 2 months. Maybe in December you'll get it. Because it could take 1 month getting you down to the EMA 100. You hold it into December, then you expand up. Because, the monthly is tapped out on volatility. You're potentially just going to put another extreme read here. And if we look at the HBDR, you are even hitting the 88.3%. And if we just keep getting lower on time frames, it just becomes more extreme. See volatility past the 97.5%. Wants to load. Multiple reads of extreme volatility just in the extreme zone. And this is why, if you're bullish, a pullback down to this region would be in your favor. You would want that. It's just more a matter of, does it hold or will it not? So really use the daily gauge here. This is what you want if you're bullish on Intel, taking you up to $45. There you either bigly reject or you'll reclaim and possibly put a new high in. For me, it's all dependent on what happens here. You either massively deviate, lose $36, start coming down aggressively to 32. There we either hold or we break down to 26. Or simply a new range will form. You'll SR flip 38. It will hold as support and you will just move up from that point, trapping shorts. So not the easiest trade, but will pay for those that are patient, in my opinion. Last time we looked at Intel, we were gauging some kind of pullback. So so far 4%, I think you could have 9% from this region before, maybe some kind of bounce. And remember, you're still in a daily uptrend. So that will be your friend. I think you should use, honestly, the 2-day. If you're trading this yourself, will just be a lot more easier. But of course, TradingView doesn't want to load. You can just see here the 2-day is a lot more easier to gauge than the daily. And you even get confluence. The 2-day silver cross, 2-day EMA 9 lined up right at $38. Just helping you as a trader say, yeah, as long as we're above this, you're going to be bullish, and this just plays into this idea. So that's all I have on the American holding Intel.
So we're gonna be rich.
Hopefully, I hope.
Yes.
Hopefully to the top here. I do hope.
Thank God.
Should be good.
Thank you so much, dude. So basically just follows what you saw last time. So
yeah, basically, yeah.
Gonna pump Intel to pay off the national debt.
Perfect. Let's do it. Let's motherfucking do it. Why can't we just sell like the Mexicans across the border? As a Mexican, why not? Instead of the robots, it's like the pre-robot. They call them Optimusis or Optimexas. And then
where do I buy one? I'll take 5.
There's plenty at Home Depot right now, by the way.
I think you're honest.
I've heard La Migra started hanging out at Home Depots.
Yeah, I know. That's why. Like, we need to stop that and just sell them. Why not? We human traffic anyway, so why not? Just like the pedophilia thing for government and government.
Just remove the middleman.
Say it again.
Remove the middleman.
Yeah, just get rid of it. Just fucking do it. Come on, do it. But by the way, as soon as they do it, they're gonna fucking sell me too. That's gonna be the problem. I'm not gonna be happy with that, but I'll take a hit for everyone.
Nobody will buy me, so I don't have to worry about that.
Get the fuck out of here. Thank you, sir. Let's do this quickly. Ok, yeah. Vámonos por acá. Intel. Intel es un poco de lo mismo que habíamos visto. Los tengo acá en la de 2 semanas, que es mi tabla favorita de Intel. Venimos en una tendencia bajista desde literalmente el 2021, abril del 2021. Venimos a retestearla en diciembre del 2023 y ahora la estamos retesteando haciendo un SFP. Lo hemos dicho varias veces. Normalmente la primera vez que retesteas algo no lo rompes. Ya la tercera se vuelve más posible y la cuarta sería aún más explosivo, ¿no? Pero lo que estamos viendo es cuando ponemos el HPDR, son diferentes cosas. Para empezar, tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja en Intel que no se había dado desde, no tengo idea cuándo, tal vez nunca, en la trimestral. Y este cruce plateado nos dice que cualquier intento para arriba debería de ser pagado para abajo. Pero también es la primera vez que tocamos el promedio del 200, lo que nos pone más alcista que bajista. Pero si se ponen a ver esto, literalmente están en una tendencia bajista. Alto, bajo, alto más bajo, bajo más bajo. Y ahora va a depender totalmente de esto. De si esta vela va a poder, y todavía faltan 2 meses y un día para cerrarla, va a poder superar los $51. Y si no, mínimo que no se lleve su mínimo, ¿no? Con que se lleve los $33 para abajo, diríamos que esto se cocinó porque este fue tu alto más bajo y continuarías a buscar un bajo más bajo. Pero por ahora no podemos adelantarnos a eso. Vamos a poner la mensual y voy a aprender el HPDR para que lo puedan ver porque toda la tabla es básicamente el mismo análisis. Pueden ver que estamos ya en el 88.3% y rechazados del 95%. ¿Esto qué quiere decir? Que estamos ya en una zona de sobrecompra, pero esto va a cerrar en 2 horas y 42 minutos, pudiendo cerrar por encima de $39, digamos 40, vamos a tener más chance de venir a buscar estos 45, que es el 95%, y veremos el lunes cómo abre el HPDR. Esperaríamos que toda la banda se mueva para arriba. Si se mueve para arriba y nos da más espacio para respirar, bien. Pero si esto continúa en extremos, algo que poner atención a. 2 semanas también estás ya en el 100% siendo rechazado por el promedio del 200, el S&P 200, en lo que estás en esta tendencia alcista. Tu breakout ahorita es el promedio del 100, por lo que tienes que venir a retestearlo y por eso esta línea meme está acá en los $32. De venir a retestear el promedio del 9, esperarías no llevarte el bajo de esta vela en los 33, entonces diría que encuentre este bajo entre los 35 y los 34, digamos. Es donde yo esperaría que esto retestee para continuar. Si te llevas esto, la tendencia alcista en la de 2 semanas se podría romper, considerar que esto fue un alto y empezarías a buscar tu zona del 88.3%, que es también donde está tu promedio del 34, promedio del 21, etcétera. Y ya, si vienes acá, se va a poner dicey. Si llegas a esta zona entre 26 y 28, yo diría que hay más probabilidades de que continúes a la baja que a la alza. pero ese debería ser tu extremo bajo. Este podría ser, ponte tú, si es esta jugada, esto, hacer un bajo más alto y después continuar, que es lo que estamos diciendo que podría ocurrir. Semanal, también con volatilidad en extremos, pueden ver que estamos en el 100% y es la misma historia, cabrones. No hemos venido a retestar el SMA 200 desde que lo rompimos y deberíamos de, pero también tienes ahora la línea meme para poder retestear. Y en la diaria, también estás ya viniendo del 95% que te rechazó, vienes cayendo al 78% y lo que te debería de aguantar idealmente serían estos 38 en la parte alta de la zona azul. Estos 38 serían clave porque esta zona, claramente pueden verlo acá, toda la confluencia, no puede romper, pum, rompes y para arriba. Si te llegas a llevar esto, y es donde les voy a quitar ya el HPR para que lo puedan ver claro. Si te llegas a llevar justamente acá los 38 para abajo y después llegas hasta los 32, esperamos todavía que pueda continuar a la alza, viendo más como el macro. Si llegas por debajo de los 28 o debajo de los 26, esta madre ya se cocinó y vas para abajo todavía y va a continuar la tendencia bajista. Lo que te gustaría ver sencillamente es esto. Rebote acá, en el peor escenario, rebote acá en los 32. De cualquier cosa debajo de eso es muy bajista. Mínimo que venga a retestar el promedio del 9 en los 39 y continúe. ¿Dónde nos ponemos ya alcistas? Arriba de los 45. Arriba de los 45 ya lograste llevarte todos los máximos. Estás en una tendencia alcista con bajos más altos y todo esto continuaría. Y pues de nuevo, esto estaría mal que vamos para allá si es que nos llevamos los 32 para abajo. Ahí es donde yo diría que no, este fue un alto y ahora vas a hacer puede ser un bajo más alto y es lo que esperarías poder aguantar en estos 32 para arriba y de no hacerlo y venir a la zona de los 27 a 24, de los 26 a 24, básicamente los 26, pues güey, esto fue un SFP y vas para abajo. Ahí lo tienen. Vamos con Roblox, damas y caballeros, que también jugó honestamente bastante divertido con lo que dijimos. Ya tocaste 2 objetivos. Roblox.
Tiempo para Robert Locks.
Robert Log.
And now panning to Robert Locks. The weather with Robert Locks. All right, so we're going to start with the monthly, or I think we have enough data for it. No, we don't. Monthly is going to be it. So on the monthly, the same idea is playing out from the previous couple of live streams, that we are unlikely to close beyond this 100%. Every single time that we've tapped this 100%, it has been a major top before a little bit of consolidation and sideways, and then more busting action. And the last 3 times we've tapped, I believe it was 1, 2, 3, 4 times we tapped the 100%. 2 of the times we went slightly above the 100%, but we failed to close above it every single time and ended up coming back to this 5 EMA and then getting busting action off of that 5 EMA. As of right now, once again, we are getting a rejection of that 100%. And from that area, we are down about $30, back down to this 88.3%. I want to see where this candle goes on the closure. If we close below the 5 EMA, very likely we're going to come a little bit lower down to the 9, probably a little bit lower than the 9 too. I would target somewhere between the 61.8%, the 78.6% and the 61.8%. And at that point, the 21 is going to slowly rise as well with every single close, likely making its way somewhere around that 61.8%. If you see what our last major bottom was at before we had some insane busting action with 0 pullbacks in between, it was at this 21 EMA, basically exactly at that 21 EMA. And from that 21 EMA, we bounced up about 200%. All you had to do was blindly bid this 21 EMA, and you would have 3x'd your money right there. So depending on where this closes, that's going to tell us if we're going to hit that 21 or not. Closing below the 5 will indicate that you're very likely going to come down to that 21. This is what happened here. You came down to the 5, you closed below, you came down to the 9, and then you ended up getting a little bit of a move back up, didn't take out the last high, and then got your move down to the 21. And that's from the highs currently. How much of a pullback? Let's assume it's somewhere around the 61.8%. That's like a 40% pullback from the highs. Let's see how much of a pullback we had this time around from the highs. 33.8%. Let's see this one. This one was not really much of a pullback, about like 13%. And let's take this one. This will be the last one. And this was about 37%, closer to that 40% number. All lines up at somewhere around maybe $90 to $85 to be the zone for the pullback. That's going to take you from your current highs of around $150 all the way below $100. I'm pretty sure in that zone, a lot of people are going to start freaking out. That price has gone almost 50% down from $150 down to $85, $90. But if you look at structure, you're still maintaining a higher low and a uptrend on a closing basis as long as you're closing over $58.29. This is the downside of getting these insane busting action moves, is that whenever you do get a pullback, the pullbacks are a lot more violent than if you were to have some structure along the way with higher lows in this zone. Because now you have nothing but air until somewhere around this zone here, which is your 38.2%, sitting at around $76, $75. That's your next like significant area of support around your 38.2%, your previous major high, and your 21 EMA. Your monthly is now starting to lose the buy signal on the jewel, flipping over into a neutral signal, along with momentum flipping to the downside. Volatility is now starting to contract, and you're likely going to find a higher low. And somewhere around, you're already currently getting that pullback for the higher low of 21%. 21% in one candle. That's the age-old true saying of what goes up really hard comes down really hard.
That's right.
It's something like that. I just changed up the words a little bit.
Just like my blood sugar.
My blood sugar is now at dangerously high levels. It's over 9,000. I'm on the verge of a coma. All this pan de muerte.
Ooh. Oh, that is pretty good.
It's amazing, especially with the cream on the inside.
Yeah. Oh, fuck. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for saying that.
Today is the day you eat, right?
Yeah. But still, I ate yesterday. I had to because of the magnesium poisoning. And having so much diarrhea depleted the fuck out of me. So I lasted 4 days. I ate bone broth yesterday, an egg, 2 eggs, some avocado, and kimchi. That's it.
I wouldn't last 1 day. So 4, sheesh.
Yeah. Next time I'll do the 5. Now that I know that I'm poisoning myself with. But if I wouldn't have done it, I would have never figured out that I was poisoning myself. So
that's the silver lining.
Yeah, I'll take it.
Maybe I'll try 1 day and we'll see if I can get through it.
Just do on like, for example, Mondays after Sunday myself, I eat at like 6 p.m. I won't eat anymore, so I won't eat on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I'll just eat again. So 36 hours. Those are pretty easy. Anyone can fucking do that. And you feel amazing. It's just as long as you don't get explosive diarrhea to the point where you can't just walk anywhere every 2 hours or every hour. Yeah, that's the key. That's the key.
Yeah, I highly doubt that I will get past 12 hours, but we'll see. So on the 2 week, you're also getting a breakdown now, going along with the idea of pullback from this zone here, and you are getting a loss of your 38.2%. Last time you lost your 38.2%, it was all the way in this zone here, and you ended up not closing below your 38.2%. You just got a nice wick down to your 21, your 55 EMA, and then ended up getting a strong buyback from that zone. Right now, that'd give you a zone between $100 and about $76. Interesting. That $76 area lines up perfectly with the numbers we just saw before, and it would be a nice test of our previous high, giving you quite the scare of a pullback from $150, more than a 50% pullback. That is like, exactly 50%. My bad. 75. Yeah, that I'm retarded. 75 is half of 50. And 150, and that would be a retest of your 55 EMA, same exact area you bottomed at before. That would very likely, actually, it already is putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence. So you would even have the possibility of that hidden bullish divergence if you get the buyback at the 21. I just think it's a little less likely based off of the higher time frames that you will bottom at that 21. I'm thinking somewhere around that $80 zone is going to be it. And that'll put in, because we have taken out this low, as long as we are closing over $57, you will have hidden bullish divergence. And once that's confirmed, likely sends it up to retesting your current highs. And how many drives of hidden bullish divergence is that? That's 1, 2, 3 drives currently forming of hidden bullish divergence, with the jewel giving you a God mode sell signal. Volatility is currently going to an expansion phase with momentum pointing to the downside. That further gives momentum for a move down from here. Weekly also pointing to the downside, entering into the bearish control zone, also putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence and a very significant drive of hidden bullish divergence now, because we were taking out this low here while price was trading less than half what we are now. And that will be confirmed with any close over $135.85. I think this is likely going to confirm after we get this continuation on this move down. 5 days, same exact look as the weekly, momentum pointing to the downside, volatility expansion, sell signal on the jewel, loss of your 38.2%. Loss of your 21 EMA brings you down to at least 90-ish dollars, but more likely somewhere around this 100 at like 77.80. 2-day also pointing down, also giving you that possibility of hidden bullish divergence with volatility expanding. Daily pointing to the downside, very close to flipping back up though. It's starting to tick back up with volatility still expanding. Jewel's giving you a fresh sell signal, and you're very close to getting a silver cross to the downside. 1, maybe maximum 2 more closes, and this will confirm, giving you a nice dump ski associated with it to this 200. Even the 4 hours very extremely to the downside, tapping your 90-ish% on the HPDR. Volatility is expanding. You got a fresh sell signal on the jewel, and you got a fresh silver cross. So as of this point, as long as you're trading at this 90-ish% range on the HPDR, likely going to get a little bit of a bounce from here to tap somewhere around this 200, this 9 EMA around $120, $122. High probability of rejection from there, while the HPDR ranges can step down, and then you continue to see this dump. Now let's check the RSI. And switch this back to candles. Where is it? No divergence, no possibility of bearish divergence, making higher highs. What closes this? This is 138.52, 138.7. So ever so slightly bearish divergence right there. And this will confirm with any close below $112, giving us a nice target of this 9 EMA at around $100 flat. Let's see if it lines up with any of our RSI targets. RSI target is at $91. 2 week, nothing there. 2 weekly is now forming another drive of fresh bearish divergence. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4. This will confirm with any close below $125.81, and that'll give us an easy target of this 55, right around like 90-ish dollars. And your RSI target is the bearish control zone at $95. I would like to see those line up. So very likely you're going to get a bounce regardless at that $95 zone. 5-day also putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence. This will confirm with any close below 125.81. Easy target is the bearish control zone. That's at about 91.60. And volatility is now going into expansion phase with the fresh bearish divergence from extreme lows. 3-day putting in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence with volatility now going into an expansion phase from 3 periods of 0%. This will confirm with any close below $127.67, and that'll give an easy target of your 100, which is currently at around $90. Nothing there. Daily has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $134.67. Next target is going to be the critical zone, which is going to update. Right now it's sitting at about $69.70. Nice number. I hope it doesn't update. Your 200 SMA, which will very likely give you a bounce, is somewhere around $95, same level. That as long as that bounce from $95 fails to take you back over 134.67, likely is going to be a bounce into lower. Let's see momentum. And this is quite the United States pattern right here. So if you were to get that, what would line up more with the consolidation phase on the United States pattern will be bouncing off that $95 zone at this monthly 9 EMA. Monthly momentum is freshly flipped to the downside, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $143.25. Let's zoom in. Did we make a higher high? Ever so slightly higher high, so there's no bearish divergence. 2-week is currently also flipped to the downside. Volatility is contracting, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $127.50. Weekly is also pointing to the downside, rejecting the bullish control zone with volatility freshly expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $134.50. Interesting. That's very close to the area you would have to close over to confirm your bottom. 5-day also flipped to the downside, losing the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 137.80, 138. 2-day also flipped to the downside with volatility expansion, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 131.55. Daily also flipped down with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 120.50. And even the 4 hours freshly flipped to the downside with volatility at extremes, and it will remain flipped down, rejecting the bullish control zone as long as you're closing below 127.59. So the higher time frames are now shifting, not exactly bearish, but more cautious, because this is putting in a more long-term bullish pattern with our favorite United States pattern. But momentum is now flipping to the downside on the monthly. All of your medium-term time frames are having momentum flip to the downside. Even the lower-term time frames are having momentum flip to the downside. But the higher-term time frames are giving you volatility contraction with momentum flipping down. Telling you likely it's going to be a higher low before you continue higher. And it also tells you that this is going to be an area of consolidation / pullback. Is that you're hitting very extreme areas on your HPDR, tapping the 100%, making it much more likely you're going to at the least go sideways here while these ranges can step up before you get another attempt to the upside. And right now you do have momentum setups to the downside, targeting with bearish divergences, targeting somewhere around $95 is your first zone. The next level below there is somewhere around $75. The bullish hopium case, which would line up with this beautiful United States pattern, is coming down around that $95, $100 zone, getting a strong bounce, and that bounce needs to take you back over $135. And if you can get that to happen while the HPDR ranges can step up, then you likely go to new all-time highs from there. And the invalidation on getting this move to the downside right now is basically just getting a tick over your current all-time highs. If that happens, then that 100% theory of the HPDR thing goes out of the window, and you're likely just going to continue up from there. All it will tell you is that you're unlikely to get a close of that area. So it's not a move that you would want to chase to the upside. More likely, you just want to sit out and wait for the dust to settle. And the invalidation for getting a bounce off of that $95 zone is basically just not getting a strong buyback and not closing above 135. Say if you get a bounce from $95, fails to close you back over 135, then you're likely just going to make another lower high and continue downwards or around $75.
Excelente, senor. Well, you boys are done. Happy Friday. Happy Halloween. I forgot today was Halloween, by the way.
It is indeed. We're going to dress up and pass out candy later today. I'm going to be Luigi.
Are you really? That's awesome.
Yep.
What about you,
Yeah,
Alex?
I forgot. No, I forgot as well.
I bought my costume in China at the source.
My problem is because I'm not on Instagram or like looking at my social media, I haven't seen slutty, not scary women, and that's normally my tell that there's Halloween's around the corner when the slutness grows to an exponential level. So I haven't seen that, sadly. But today, now knowing that, I'm gonna go on my Instagram.
Yeah, good day for that, honestly.
Yeah, it's Slutween, more like Halloween.
Basically.
Have you seen that episode of How I Met Your Mother when Barney is talking about why he loves Halloween?
No, but I'm sure it's because of this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Well, you boys have a great day. Anything else you'd like to say before we go?
No, honestly, good stream. Happy Friday, and I'll see you boys on Monday.
See you motherfuckers Monday.
Buenas tardes and hasta luego. And now
Gracias,
Cochiloco will rest.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Siesta.
Enjoy.
Peace
Thank
out,
you,
boys.
Vamos a empezar, pero denme un segundo. Primero quiero empezar con lo que me están preguntando acá para poder irme. Ramón había preguntado comentados de Roblox. Ahorita lo vemos. Bien, bien. Sal, habías comentado que algunas empresas que presentan reportes saldrán con números negativos. Abrí un corto para Meta y funcionó, dice Ramón. Pero Tesla, tengo una duda, que funciona en corto, porque Tesla en ocasiones presenta resultados negativos en varias ocasiones, como el precio y baja poco. La pregunta es, no. Cuando Tesla presenta resultados negativos son por poco. Esta vez va a tener si no el peor cuarto de toda su historia, uno de los peores. Entonces, no. La cosa es, ¿cuándo va a caer? Y ahí es donde no sabemos. Te cagaste con el corto de Meta, honestamente, porque nunca sabes cómo va a ser esa reacción. Has visto que Nvidia ha presentado positivamente y lo han tirado porque dio peor guidance, ¿no? O algo no le gustó a la gente, entonces no sé. Y Salo pone también Ramón. Creo que en el caso de Coinbase ya lo anoté para la próxima clase exclusiva. Tengo varias preguntas y comentarios. Vale, perfecto, perfecto, perfecto. Un saludo a todos los que vinieron hoy al en vivo de eTrading Academy. Qué gusto tenerlos por acá y vamos a la tabla de Roblox para todos ustedes. Roblox continúa un poco en lo mismo que habíamos contado. Mi vista favorita de Roblox es la de 2 semanas. Tenemos el patrón de la tasa, consolidación y después ruptura a la alza. Si tenemos ruptura a la alza rompiendo esta línea meme alcista, vamos a los 232. Pero por ahora, la cosa cuando hay algo que es tan alcista y solamente consolida de acá, pueden ver que hemos caído ya un 25% y literalmente no rompe estructura. Puedes caer hasta los 99, no romper estructura. Puedes, tío, caer hasta los 74 y continuar tu patrón alcista. Permítanme demostrar esto sencillamente con esto. Podrías literalmente caer hasta los 67 y esto continuaría con su patrón alcista de larga temporalidad. Por ahora lo que estamos viendo es esto. Tabla mensual, pueden ver, déjenme asegurarme que estoy compartiendo bien, sí, no vaya a estar que estoy platicando como pendejo, como siempre, ¿no? Cada quien platica como puede. Pueden ver que estamos por encima de todos los promedios menos el del 5. El 5 ya lo perdimos, que estaba en 126, que está por acá en esta línea meme, y ahora vamos para abajo. Siguiente objetivo debería ser el promedio del 9, que se encuentra en los $99, probablemente los 100 para el próximo mes. Recuerden que ahora lo que estamos viendo es volatilidad empezar a contraer, y ahora cuando volatilidad contrajo en el 2022 fue caída. Y acá nos la va a confirmar el día de hoy en básicamente 2 horas, ¿no? En 2 horas y 20 minutos. Si esto es, yo pondré atención para cualquier corrección hasta esta zona de los 100, pero ustedes ya saben cómo yo veo las cosas, entonces no estaría buscando un long por acá, estoy buscando extremos, trades en extremos. Eso es para mí. Si ustedes lo ven atractivo, sería el 99. ¿Por qué? Porque sería una corrección de 33%. Ahora, en el mercado bajista del 2022, ¿cuánto corrigió? 86%. Si corrigiera la mitad de 86%, 43%, corrigiría a 84%. Si corrige al 70%, que es lo que normalmente si tenemos una corrección choncha, es 41%. Si corrige 60% como Tesla en abril, sería los 60%. La zona entre los 60 y los 70 va a ser para mí lo que me interese si es que se llega a dar. Por ahora, yo tuve la fortuna tengo la fortuna de ser amigo de Willy y preguntarle si Roblox era bueno y yo me metí en esta zona aquí abajo. Entonces, yo estoy bien parado con esto y me da igual si baja. Esto es una inversión a largo plazo, ya lo saben ustedes, en otro portafolio. 2 semanas también tienes volatilidad contrayendo ante esta caída. Y ahora, lo que quería ver con la mensual era esto. Déjenme pongo el HPDR. Vemos que tocamos el 100% y eso fue lo que nos rechazó y deberíamos de poder encontrar algún fondillo por acá en los 100, ¿eh? No me sorprendería, pero en la mensual pueden ver que estamos al 100% del HPDR y cada que estamos ahí nos rechaza y nos trae mínimo al 78.6% o Wicazos para abajo al 76% y eso está en $88. Semanal estamos cayendo por acá. Esto nos diría básicamente que los 99, los 100 dólares es donde deberías de encontrar básicamente un rebote interesante y esperar a que esto no continúe bajando. Ahora, atentos, estamos cayendo en lo que esta vela, que de todas maneras todavía le falta, no, 2 horas y 17 minutos. No quieres ver esto expandir, ¿eh? Si esto en 2 horas se expande, esta setup de volatilidad, te va a cargar el payaso, tío. Esto iría mucho más para abajo. Déjenme lo quito. Sí, puta madre. 3 días, volatilidad. Uf. Atentos a esta. Vamos a ver cuándo cierra esta tabla. En 3 días, básicamente. Tenemos suerte, porque acá tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante la caída. Y en la diaria tienes volatilidad expandiendo en esta caída. Así que puede que la de 3 días también se contagie. Y los 95, $100 es donde está el SMI 200. Hemos estado por debajo del SMI 200. Sí. Sí, el mercado, claro. Todo el 2022. El S&P 200 está en 95. Para resumírselos a todos ustedes, lo voy a dejar en la semanal y lo voy a hacer así. El S&P 200 está acá también. Personalmente creo que Roblox efectivamente va a venir a tomar todas nuestras entradas. Ya tomó esta y ya tomó esta. También creo que va a tomar esta. La cosa va a ser, va a aguantar acá y este fue el fin de todas las correcciones en toda la bolsa o no. El punto crítico es este rango, entre 93 y 99 dólares. Te lo llevas para abajo, vas probablemente a los 70. Y acá ya se pone interesante la cosa. De ahí, del máximo histórico, a donde vemos que es el rango, son 35 a 37%. Acá es 55%, 56%. Yo pondría muchísima atención y tendría cuidado con esto. Si quieres entrar en long, agregar a tu posición, etcétera, esta será tu última oportunidad. Llévate este mínimo de acá. En los 100 dólares, puta, de ahí que te deja. A 92, no. Si quieres ser extremo, llévate los 92 dólares para abajo y vas a los 70. Si no quieres ser extremo, llévate los 99 de este wick y pues vas a quedar en este rango. Pero una vez que te lleves los 92, para abajo. Y esto es lo que estamos viendo en Roblox, porque continúa la corrección con volatilidad expandiendo en la diaria y pues ahí lo tienen. Bastante interesante, periodo bastante divertido. De nuevo, recuerden, todo lo que son las acciones mainstream va a ser lo último en caer si estamos ante una caída fuerte. No estoy diciendo que sea el caso, es lo que yo pienso, pero puede que esté completamente equivocado. Si estamos ante una caída fuerte, ya estamos viendo diferentes sectores caer bruscamente, que son los primeros que son afectados de acuerdo al consumo pues de la mayor cantidad de gente, de toda la población, que son, por ejemplo, los restaurantes, como lo platicamos al principio de este en vivo. Si esta tendencia se continúa, como lo estamos viendo con los coches, lo estamos viendo con CarMax, lo estamos viendo con Carvana, lo vamos a ver, ¿ya llegó Ford o no? Todavía, porque Ford tiene un buffer de Ford, pero lo estamos viendo con Ferrari, lo estamos viendo con Porsche. Efectivamente, Ford acaba de hacer un alto más bajo para irse para abajo. Ya Ford lo está tomando. Ahí es donde tenemos que poner atención. Aquí es donde tenemos que poner atención porque parece que está todo cayéndose menos las acciones que todo el mundo está poniendo atención, la que Jeff Bezos te dijo que iba a caer. ¿Te acuerdas? Güey, inteligencia artificial está en una burbuja y todos los pacos salieron a repetirlo también y continúa la alza. Eso va a ser lo último que va a caer. Google, Meta, Nvidia, Amazon, ellos van a ser los últimos en caer, porque literalmente son los que absorben todos los consumidores de otros lados que no les alcanza para cosas por conveniencia. Entonces, cuando veas ya esos caer, ya es demasiado tarde. Por eso tienes que poner atención a esto. Vamos a ver si son correcciones como la de Roblox, que probablemente es una buena oportunidad de 35% a 100 dólares. Sería ideal, ¿no? Para todos. Y eso fue la corrección que vimos y ahora vamos para arriba y vamos a continuar. O nos llegamos a llevar los 92 en Roblox, sería un buen ejemplo de lo que podríamos esperar para adelante en todo y veremos esa corrección aumentarse y expandir a las acciones más grandes. Pero en general, la mayor cantidad de acciones, sin contar las 7 más grandes o las 20 más grandes, están a la baja. Así que pongan atención a eso, es todo lo que les quiero decir. Me voy, nos vamos a ir al bosque con el buen Vini, vamos a ver qué tal nos va. Nunca, creo que no, Belén y yo nunca nos hemos ido al bosque. No me acuerdo, tal vez no, pero no creo porque compramos un chingo de cosas, así que vamos a... Ya sabes, tienes que ir a un lugar nuevo, tienes que comprar todo el outfit, papi. Tienes que comprar todo el outfit y puede que sea lo que estemos viendo. En fin, vamos a ver cómo se da todo esto. Nos vamos al bosque, pásenselo ustedes muy bien, diviértanse mucho en su fin de semana. Ya la próxima semana regresamos a la programación normal, ya que no estoy envenenado, ya que no me estoy envenenando a mí mismo, ya que no estoy haciendo o no voy sin comer por 5 días, que solo logré 4, tristemente. Pero pues la próxima vez sí se va a dar los 5 días y todo. Estamos bien, estamos en top shape ahora. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Pórtense muy bien, diviértanse un chingo, pásenla bien en Halloween. Y por cierto, métanse a Instagram, que ahí están todas las mujeres poniendo sus tetas súperes que espantan. Esas tetas que espantan a todos y su ano lo pueden ver en todo Instagram. Entonces, pues ahí será un gran festín. Por eso no sabía que era Halloween, como no me meto a redes sociales. no he visto a todas las mujeres en bikinis o encueradas, entonces no sabía que era Halloween, pero pues ya vi que es el 31. Les mando un abrazo, cuídense mucho y nos vemos en la próxima. Y saben que es cierto, saben que es verdad, cabrón.